Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings and all that. High fives and soft, warm kisses on your forehead. I don't know. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hugs, everyone.
Mary Santora is here too. Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
Our last live show of the week before the holiday weekend. Take great care to not wish people a happy Memorial Day. That's one of those social faux pas that can really get you in the tuchus if you're not careful. So make sure that you post something solemn. If you're somebody who posts, right? Maybe a GIF of a waving flag. I don't know. A waving grill, maybe. I get to set up my new grill this weekend. Finally got it. It's still in the box in my garage along with the other.
Like, what's the first meal you're going to make on? What's the first thing you're going to grill on the grill?
TBD.
Oh, those are so good. I always like, where'd you get it? Is it grass-fed?
Downtown Willoughby. You know, grass-fed, it sounds great, but it's actually worse for the environment because it requires so much land to get grass-fed beef. So when you are shopping, if you are a meat eater, if you're a carnivore, make sure that you only buy gravel-fed beef. It's delicious. Oh, it's so good. I mean, the texture, you like some crunch in your burgers, don't you? You like a couple of teeth falling out, don't you?
I mean, if you do it right, you can sue and get some money for that. So,
well,
Mary and I have a buddy that had a screw in his burrito from a place.
And he got paid, didn't he?
We won't say. He got
paid. Yeah, man. Now, how far did it go? I know you've alluded to that before. I've told my daughter's wire brush story before, too. And how far did it get into his canals, or did he just find it?
I think it wrecked some teeth. Is what happened.
That's what you want. You want to wreck some teeth. I was saying to Gwen the other night, because we were watching a show that has a character who became a millionaire because of a settlement. And I was like, God, can you imagine getting rich off of a settlement? Like Tracy Morgan Walmart money, right?
Yes.
I mean, he was already, I don't know if Tracy Morgan was like a crazy rich dude, but
he's
boy,
probably doing okay.
He was doing just fine, better than all of us, but he got paid when that Walmart truck hit his limousine. And that would be, again, years ago, my older daughter, this would have been 5-6 years ago, I don't remember if it was the end of the year or if it was a celebratory dinner of some kind, whatever, but it was me and the ex-wife and my daughter's friends, and we were at a B-Dubs in Michigan. And there was a piece of wire brush in her salad. And to this day, I'm like, I really should have made a big deal about that. I'm not making a big deal about things, guy, because she got it before it went in her mouth. So she saw it, and she's like, what is this? And the manager comes out, and, of course, he is, job one is to play it down, and we'll give you a gift card for a free whatever. And I was like, just go, it was like whatever. I go, I don't know how a wire from what I'm sure was a brush to clean the grills got into the salad, but I think about that occasionally. I'm like, if I had made a bigger deal about that, but then you got to get lawyers and you got to get the whole thing and hope that it goes your way. I mean, they'll settle. I think most of those places, they settle. You're a unicorn if you're getting millions of dollars, right? I mean,
be hurt.
Right.
I was like,
piece of wire. Because also, you have to, I didn't feel comfortable pretending that she ate it, right? So you got to go, your buddy, he cracked some teeth with a screw.
Yeah.
He didn't notice it, right? We caught the wire in her salad before she put it in her mouth. And so I just called the manager over and put up a little bit of a stink. They comped the dinner, and there were 10 of us. So that was nice.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's the least they could do. But I was like, God, if I had really made a stink about it, who knows where that could have gone.
I was at an indoor water park for my niece's birthday a few years ago, and there was a metal piece. It wasn't a screw. It was just a metal piece in our pizza. And I was the one who had found it. And I'm in the same boat where I was like, I went down and like showed the front desk. I was like, I don't know how this happened. I don't know if this is a part of the machine that the pizza goes through, but we have kids. And I made enough of a stink. But even then I'm like, man, I should have sued him because I'd have been a millionaire. But they comped our whole stay. And it was like a weekend birthday party, hotel, water passes,
Right.
all that.
Here's what I don't get about the indoor water parks. How are they able to assure you, because these places are not cheap, how are they able to assure you that all the pools are full of indoor water? Do they make sure that before they truck it and fill it, the indoor water parks, do they make sure that everything coming out of those hoses is indoor water from somewhere else? Or how do they do it?
Indoor water. They have an indoor water facility, like a plant.
So they're not pulling it from the groundwater. They're not pulling it.
No.
Okay, it's all
It's not
indoor
rainwater.
Understood.
It's indoor water.
So it's not from a cistern out in a field.
Not that I know of.
Yeah, okay.
To my understanding.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert, but from what I understand.
Well, maybe I'll make it out to one of those places one of these days then.
No.
That uncertainty is really what's kept me away from places like, well, I won't name any names, but you know, that and, how do you say, MRSA?
MRSA.
How much did you say MRSA?
My sister's asking me
Have
all the
MRSA.
time. Oh, Lord, have MRSA.
Oh, I do. I was at the indoor water park.
The kids love going there, and every single time someone or everyone gets sick. The flu, pink eye, some kind of a yeast infection, whatever it is.
You're getting fecal flakes in your eyes.
And I told her, she invites me every year. And I went 2 years in a row. 1 year was the pizza year, and everyone got sick. The next year, everyone got sick. And I was like, I'm not going anymore. Stop inviting me to this petri dish of this is disgusting. I'm not coming in here.
Because the only other option is to go to a place that has so much chlorine that your eyes are on fire the minute you walk into the facility, right?
I would almost rather have that.
Oof.
Everybody is sick. It's disgusting.
Okay, well, then I will cancel plans for the Alan Cox Show indoor water park that was supposed to come 2025 to 669 Euclid. I'm going to take a break here and call my attorneys to get the paperwork on that stopped. So much for the big $10 million donation from the city of Cleveland.
Oh, and before we go to break, I didn't get hacked on Facebook. Someone made a fake Bill Squire profile on Facebook.
You made it.
Yeah. Mine has a check mark. So if you're getting a message from a Bill Squire that doesn't have a check mark on Facebook, it's fake.
Could it be Bill Squire?
They put the Bill Squire, but only one L for like the URL.
Oh.
So if you want
B-I-L Squire.
If you want to go and report it as
kind
fake,
of a hipper
that's
way to
good.
spell it.
Yeah, well, but then you have to tell everybody how to spell it.
True. Like Bill Dwyer. Very funny comedian.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you
Today, you could be the very first to win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Alter Ego in Los Angeles before the lineup is even announced.
Head to iHeartRadioAccessDay.com to register to receive reminders for when experiences like this and more go live on June 1st.
Are the days getting longer? Or does this show just make it feel that way?
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Anybody remember this song?
Nope.
Yeah.
Very, very famous song. Huh?
This is like the breakdance song, right?
Yeah, there was a video that went along with it where it was all of these like robot legs and all these machines that were interspersed. The song's called Rocket. Herbie Hancock, who is still alive, is primarily a jazz pianist, but he won a Grammy for this, for Best R&B, because it was Herbie Hancock. He was like, but I always think of this song when people talk about breakdancing because it was a huge, huge song. This is early 80s. This is probably 84, 5, something like that. But breakdancers still use this song. And I was reading about a big breakdancing tour. They're trying to make breakdancing. It's still huge overseas. Like when we were in Paris years ago, every city circle or part of the city, would have like an area where people were breakdancing. I mean, and huge crowds would encircle these people. And they're still, they're trying to bring it back here, but they're going on a nationwide pro breakdancing tour. So if you fancy yourself, you go, Alan, I'll lay down the cardboard with the best of them, but I'm still at amateur status. Well, you can go watch the pros do it. Now, you'll have to travel to see this. It's not coming to Cleveland, which is kind of a bummer because I would have thought that Cleveland, and I don't know what kind of breakdancing community there is here.
It's pretty big.
Is
Me
it?
and my fellow breakdancers are out there, spinning and skipping.
You're popping and locking. I mean...
No, we say spinning and skipping now.
Spinning and skipping. I'll tell you what, however you want to spell Bill in Bill Squire, anytime you see him out when he's not performing comedy, you'll usually see him upside down because his head is spinning and spinning and spitting. What was it? Spinning and skipping. Yeah,
skipping.
Popping and locking.
I mentioned yesterday that I'm very agile.
Yes.
And when I get up off the ground, I rock back and then launch up using my hands
and land on your feet.
Land on my feet, and then I'll usually spin and then do this move at the end.
Yeah.
Just to let people know I'm serious. But I don't go by Bill Squire when I break dance.
No.
Who are you? Poppy B?
No. Poppy B, that's so stupid.
Go ahead.
Chester McBuster.
Chester McBuster. All right. Well, anyway, I didn't see.
Moves,
I didn't see Chester McBuster on this, but maybe you'll be an opening act or something. I don't know.
They didn't want to pay me what I'm worth. So.
Oh, well, they never do they?
No.
None of us are paid what
they
we're
approached Chester McBuster, and I was like, can't do it. Can't do
Well,
it, not for that price.
You can follow the Pro Breaking Tour on Instagram if you want to see where they're going or just get hip to it. It's Pro Breaking Tour. But they're doing about a dozen cities around the country. So if you want to travel, they're going to do Detroit and Philly and New York. And it might be fun to go see this, right? And if you're a fan of street dance art, because that's all breakdancing is. You were talking about Tina Turner dying yesterday. And one of her songs was, I don't remember which one it was, but it was in one of those breakdancing movies. I don't think it was Breakin'. I don't think it was Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo. I don't think it was, what were the other Breakin' movies? Beat Street? You Got Served a breakdancing movie?
You Got Served was like the big one that came out in the early 2000s, maybe even the late 90s.
Okay. I'm thinking of the 80s,
I
guess.
think it was like 2000, 2001.
Because we had Beat Street when I was a kid.
But you got served wasn't really breakdancing. It was like dance battles. It was like
Right.
Yeah.
there was breakdancing in it. I dated a guy who broke danced.
Broke danced. Was Stomp the Yard? Remember Stomp the Yard?
Stomp
was that
the
a break
Yard
dance?
no, that's about like fraternities doing
Crumping.
No, stomping. It's like not
Bring in
It's like
Denoise, bring in
chants and-
Defunct.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it's like a
It's
it's
like
big
coordinated chants and clapping and stomping.
Well, no, it's big in the black fraternities
Right.
where they would they call it. I think it's called scrolling, not stomping, but strolling or scrolling, whatever. My mom used to tell me about it when she went to OSU. She said all the black fraternities would get.
Was she an Alpha Phi Alpha?
She's not in any sorority, but she would go to the parties because she's a gal.
She'd go to the black fraternity parties.
Yeah,
Your mom was the belle of Phi Beta Sigma, wasn't she?
sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, it's worth looking into. I'm also excited for the Broadway production about the life of the guy who used to host Candid Camera.
Oh, I forgot about that guy.
It's called Bring in Denoise, Bring in Defunct.
All right.
Mary got all excited.
Oh
used to
my
love
God.
that show.
I love it. It's so stupid. And two people get that joke, but you're my two people, and I don't care.
It's fine.
Got a text here, 35192. Alan, I just saw a woman under the bathroom stall door at the casino. Flip-flops to the side, bare feet on the ground. My day has been made. You want to talk about MRSA from the indoor water park
Come
going
on.
barefoot at the casino. That is, man, you are living the fast lane there.
I want to say I've never done that. I would really like to say that.
I know out of all of the times that you've been, I mean, in a past life, granted, blackout drunk, and at the casino, you fell asleep. You told the story yesterday. Mary famously fell asleep on the toilet, blackout, and woke up in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
But shoes on the whole time.
No.
That's the silver lining. Oh, you were barefoot?
I have been barefoot at that casino.
Ah.
At Jack's Casino. I took my shoes off, and they're like, yeah, put your shoes on. I was like, no, I don't. And they're like, yes, you do. You have to wear shoes here. And I was like, you're not going to tell me to put my shoes on. I'm a grown woman. And then they began to escort me out, and I got loud, and I couldn't leave. I had to wait by the door with a security guard until my dad came to get me.
Oh my God, you're that guy. I thought this was America. You're that.
Pretty much, 100%. You don't tell me to put my shoes on. Do you know how much money I spend at a slot machine? Do you care about it, about your customers?
Do you care about it?
Because what I think I said is I paid your salary.
Yeah.
And you don't say about it. Whoa, go get my dad.
How is your non-gambling streak?
17 days.
Hey.
Hey, we're
I mean,
going.
are you happy with that, or is
Yeah.
that okay?
I just got a letter in the mail from the Pittsburgh casino because they send you letters. They're trying to get you to come back. And they're like, hey.
The Three Rivers Casino?
Yeah, they're like, hey, you should come back. We'll give you a free hotel stay and $100 in free slot play.
But
Can you go and just take the hotel and just like have a night and not go gamble?
Yeah, you don't have to gamble.
You should go gamble.
Yeah, go.
Or go. Or no, don't go gamble, but
Well,
go
the
stay
hotel
night.
is attached to the casino. Do you
Well, don't go-
understand the type of willpower it would take me to drive 2 hours?
Really strong. You're the
to
strongest
stay
lady. You're fine.
overnight in a casino and not
Free.
go gamble?
Is it a nice hotel?
I don't know. I've never stayed there. It's
Yeah,
new.
it is nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was offered a free night of slot play, Bill. It was, I'll tell you what, it had nothing to do with gambling.
Was that from Brian Sternick on the Funny Bus?
Shoes off.
By the way, thank you to Brian Sternick and everybody who was on the Funny Bus last night.
Those shirts that the customers made were
So
fantastic.
These are
Alan.
I didn't post them, but I had such a good time. We've been having such a great time on the Funny Bus. So we do it every Wednesday in May. We're going to continue it into June. You can go to funnybus.net. But it's I've hosted a couple. Bill's hosted. If Poundcake wants to host one, if Mary wants to host one,
Sure.
you might run into them. But it's different comedians who kind of are your tour guide, and then we're your hosts or whatever. And last night we got into this running joke that it was so stupid but so fun. When the tour comes, part of it's a 90-minute tour, and in the first leg of it, we come down Euclid. I'm sure you did the same thing, Bill. We pass iHeartMedia Cleveland, and everybody goes nuts.
Yeah.
So Brian's on the mic, this comic. He goes, hey, guess what? Over here, that's where Alan works. And I stand up, because I'm a beer and a shot deep by now. And I stand up, and I go bananas. I start screaming. These are open window buses, okay? So there's people on the street. I'm screaming and pointing, and everybody's going bananas. And so it becomes a running joke, because then Brian gets in the mic and goes, everybody we saw, he'd go, hey, this is Alan Cox, and that's where he works. There were people checking in to the Holiday Inn across the street. a group of 6 or 7 people, grown-ups, kids, and I look out the window and I'm screaming at them. I'm Alan Cox, and that's where I work. And I'm screaming. And so it got to be a running joke. So everywhere else we went, the rest of the bus would go, "Hey, where do you work?" And I would, no matter where we were, I would just point in some random direction. And Brian would hit "I Love Rock and Roll" by Joan Jett every time. And it was so stupid and so fun. But
that's great.
Apologized to the people because I said, when those people get back to St. Paul or wherever they're from, they're going to have a great story. But I was screaming at these people.
What would be awesome is if you saw them checking out today.
I did.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Did you go over and be like,
this
"Hey,
morning?
I'm the bus guy.
I'm Alan Cox.
I wasn't lying.
And I work here. Yeah. So then we finally get to Tremont, and I'm screaming at people on the street that's where I used to live. And then he'd play "I Love Rock and Roll," and it was, so it was a lot of fun. So
I love the "I Love Rock and Roll" aspect of it. I think that makes it very, like, it adds another layer to it. It's like, I'm Alan Cox, and that's where I used to live.
Oh yeah, that's what. Yeah, it was like, hey, guess who I am? That's where I work. And then we go a little bit further down the road.
Oh,
and then
what a
you go.
fun time!
And there would just be people because it's downtown, and so it's a lot of people pulling their luggage to wherever they're going. And they would see the bus coming, and everybody's yelling and having fun and drinking or whatever. And we'd start screaming at random people again, and he'd just start playing Joan Jett, and I'd be screaming at people on the sidewalk, and it was a lot of fun. But Rachel and her boyfriend, they made a couple of T-shirts. One of them said, it said, "Hey, Al," and then her guy had a T-shirt that said, "Oh, good for you," and it had the Alan Cox Show logo on the sleeve. So I sent it to the group chat because I love when people make show clothes. And anyway, so if you haven't...
If we ever get a shirt made, I think, "Hey, Alan," is the one.
If you haven't joined us yet for the Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus, it is an absolute blast. So we've had a lot of repeat customers, but you can go to funnybus.net. It's every Wednesday. We're doing it through May, doing it through June, and it's a blast. We start and stop at Collision Bend right there in the Flats. And it's a lot of fun. So anyway, there was a couple of seconds where I was in here and I go, I should go across the street and apologize to those people as they're checking out because I happened to see them. But I was like, I don't know. They're not going to care. They're not going to,
Oh, but it makes it an even better story if they go, "This guy screamed at us," and then the next day he walked over from his business
where he works.
and
Fair
said,
job.
"Hey, I'm sorry I yelled at you."
And the best part was...
And then if you apologize and then play "I Love Rock and Roll" afterwards.
Bring it on your phone or like a
Yeah.
a
If you
portable
have any
speaker.
requests, just let me know.
But the best part is that when we were on the bus, it was just an extraordinarily long red light. So we're just standing there screaming at these people, and they don't know what's going on, and they're kind of smiling. They're playing along.
Hey,
Hi.
it's crazy.
So you're welcome, Cleveland Chamber of Commerce. You're welcome, Cleveland Tourism Board. It's probably why I'm a little... I might be a little...
The horse.
Yeah, it might be why I'm a little hoarse today. I
Shouting
hope
at
that I don't...
strangers.
Right,
It's called a
screaming at
pony.
strangers.
Little horse is called a pony, Alan.
Your little pony.
Your little
Oh,
pony
not a
too.
gelding or...
What's going on with the podcast? So I've been getting blown up about podcasts being like short or weird.
So
or
we are, for whatever reason, Apple Podcasts is managing to post the whole show, but the last couple of days, the podcast software that I use has been all jacked up.
Okay.
So I will post a full show, but it will push to the iHeartRadio app and everywhere else as about a 28-minute show. So I've got a whole email chain into the people who are in charge of that, telling them, hey, what's going on? And I haven't heard any updates on that. So, again, it's always fun trying to enjoy this program. Well, just from the jump, it's fun trying to enjoy this program.
I have a
but
question.
the extra hoop of listening on the iHeartRadio app can be somewhat laborious. But that's what's going on. I have no control over it.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
It is our podcast software that we use, and then it pushes out to the various wherever you get your podcasts, quote unquote. And right now, I guess they're having some issues. So, yes.
How do we know that the podcast software hasn't developed AI and they're only posting the good parts of the show? So it's only 28
Because
minutes.
it's still posting part of the show.
It's only posting 28 minutes because
if it was 7 minutes,
that's
then you
all
might
the
have a
quality
point. Yeah.
content.
If it was 7 minutes, you'd probably be onto something. But 28, boy, that's a lot
too
of
many
fat.
minutes? Okay.
Too many minutes.
But I didn't know. I thought maybe it was like just taking the highlights.
Robot. Intense Randy not on the bus last night. I know there have been a handful of people who've said that that's been preventing them from buying tickets, thinking that Intense Randy was going to be a weekly occurrence. But I think he was on the first couple. And but he was not on last night. Intense Randy is intense. He's aptly named by yours truly, but he's harmless. He's a sweetheart, but he really, really likes everybody paying attention to him. So no, he was not on the bus last night. But a lot of it's great every time.
It's very fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Alan Barefoot in the Casino is on that Paramore tour. Ooh, that's exciting. I will have those tickets for you around 4:20. That's Poundcake's second favorite punk band.
Agreed, yes. Haley from Paramore.
Uh-huh.
I was listening to her this morning in between Tina Turner.
Yeah. Alan, way to pander to your senior audience with that Alan Funt joke. How dare you? I will pander to any demographic. How dare you, my senior audience?
And they're not supposed to be called seniors anymore.
Right.
They're supposed to be called older
Americans
or something like that.
Older, right.
Older folk. I
Yep.
don't know. Older people.
Social Security beneficiaries.
People of an advanced age.
Mm-hmm. Age challenged
Well,
individuals.
they're not challenged. They have a lot of it. An age challenged person would be young.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Challenged means less, doesn't it?
I think you could go either way with that. I don't know.
Like I used to say when I was younger, because I was like, I didn't hit 5 foot until like high school. I used to say I was vertically challenged.
I see.
'Cause I thought I was funny. But that meant I didn't have enough vertices.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, vertices. The
Vertices.
Points.
Yeah.
Like
I
a
like
square.
verbally challenged.
Angles. Yeah.
But yeah, I think challenged means less.
All right, sir. Alan, you can't spell Bill without ill, so I want to see him on that breakdancing tour.
Well, that's not Bill. That's Chester
Buster.
McBuster.
Yeah,
Chester McBuster.
Yeah, I remember.
Chester McBusted.
Mm-hmm. All right. Alan, Dave, iHeartMedia can huff my taint.
All right.
Hey, you and me both.
Now we're talking.
Yeah. I got a letter from Moop. That's his nickname. Playing it close to the vest. Moop.
Sure.
Alan, I live in Severna Park, Maryland. That is outside Baltimore. I put the pin on our bureau chief map. I'm a new listener to the show. I think it's great. I was in search of funny radio shows that cover a wide array of topics and happened to find you guys. How are we mixed in with funny radio shows that cover a wide variety of topics?
I mean,
that sounds like a glitch.
We play like we're not great, but we are awesome.
We've got a pro break
I
dancer.
mean, between
We've got
bring in the funk, bring in the funt or whatever that awesome joke was.
bring in
and-
Denoise,
and
bring in Defunt.
Chester Buckets.
Yep.
Or Breaker, whatever that I already forgot.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, we wide array of topics and
Yep.
never.
And this is where we
never
all
miss.
work, Bill. This is where we all work!
We work here.
Open the door so they know.
So the people in the office know
Yeah.
where
In the
we
suite, yes.
Listen, there's plenty of people here.
They won't hear the Joan Jett, though, so it'll just be us screaming
Yeah.
a cappella. Anyway, Moop. I'm sorry, the answer is Moops. A new listener to the show, live outside Baltimore. I'm curious about something. I was listening to one of the show podcasts and heard someone call you Captain Fun.
No, they didn't.
I'm just curious why. Where did the name Captain Fun come from? Really enjoy the show. Keep up the good work.
Do you
Listen,
want us to explain it? Or do you
Captain
want to explain
Fun
it?
is just, you want to talk about an albatross around your neck. I assume that he's referring to that being a keyword in finding us in the funny radio shows. I don't know. Captain Fun has just been something I've been called my whole life. I don't recall when it started. I don't know. It's been so long that it's like an old comfy coat. You know, people go, "Ooh, I really like that. Where'd you get it?" I don't know. I've had it for so long. That's what Captain Fun is. Now, like any great legend, there are different explanations. Bill has his, Mary has hers.
Yeah, I would love to give mine.
But
I would love to
I'm
give
the-
I think Mary
But
should give
I'm
hers.
the only one who has had to bear the burden of that because it's a lot to live up to. I can't be screaming out windows at everyone all the time. But Captain Fun was on full display last night. So if your question is where did it come from, I can honestly say I don't know. It's just given to me as far back as I can recall.
As I recall, if I may.
Yeah.
We bequeathed
we did
that title upon you.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
That sounded like one. We bequeathed that title on you because you have some curmudgeonly takes from
I'm sorry, Bill,
time
you're cutting
to time.
out. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
What? Curmudgeonly.
Yes, you're curmudgeonous.
I need
Although
more.
we joke
Apparently,
that
I need
you're
more vertices.
Yeah. we joke that you are a millionaire. When it comes to curmudgeonly takes, you have millions of those. So you are a millionaire of curmudgeonly takes.
Well, I'll tell you
and
what.
That is so ironically, we gave Alan the nickname of Captain Fun.
I have been
as I
lying
recall.
the whole time. I actually am a millionaire. And that's how I got my other nickname, Captain Fund.
Bringing the
And
noise, bringing
to
the fun.
fund. He beat me to it. All right, listen, I've got to take a break here. If you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. If you're not on hold, I won't get you on the way back. And you can text 35192 if you like, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everyone.
Hey, it's Charlie here for Branch Sauce Company. Well, what if I told you I found a sauce to replace all other sauces? That's right. It's Branch. It's all I have to keep in my fridge now. Try one for yourself. Visit branchsauce.com or find it at your local grocery store. Branch Sauce, it covers everything.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan is giving some stuff away.
All right, I want to go to Cedar Point, experience the all-new boardwalk, new ride experiences, the Cedar Point Grand Pavilion. That's a new dining venue with entertainment and the sights and sounds of the classic beachside resort. All good. Always new stuff at Cedar Point. You can go to cedarpoint.com if you want to get hip to everything going on there. A couple of passes for you. You and a pal out at Cedar Point. Good luck. Caller 10. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? Because we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, I like it so far. Pretty good. Very orchestral. Oh, come on. Great band from Chicago, Illinois called Born of Osiris. Doing Sonic Temple this weekend, and one of the bands Mary is most excited to see.
Dude.
With Brian.
Oh, we're going tomorrow night, and
You're going to go see Born of Osiris.
This is one of the ones that he was like, absolute must see. And
These guys, in their defense, they do mix it up. It's not just one solid blast beats and growling song. I mean, these guys are kind of all over the place.
Well, what I told him, I said my issue with metal music, this part, I don't mind at all.
It's the growling.
I was like, they screw it up as soon as they start singing. Like, I don't mind the music of it, but I can't take.
Well, when you are live, especially outside,
these vocals.
I mean, there's the vocals, but like, there's something about that energy of that, like it kind of takes over, and
listen to this. It makes my chest. I hate it
like
so much.
I feel like you can kind of concentrate more on the music aspect in a live setting, especially outside where like you can be back a little bit.
Yeah.
And the vocals don't carry as much.
I hope.
So.
You know, this is therapy for a lot of people, Mary.
I know. I'm not judging. I just hate it.
I know.
You like whatever you like. I think it's trash.
You like what you like. Well, if you do like that stuff, I hope you'll join us on Saturday nights for 2 hours to midnight. It is the new metal show. We're a couple of months in now here on MMS. It's me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler. We are your hosts with the mosts. And there's a 7:15 Guardians game on Saturday. So I imagine we'll still get going at 10 o'clock. With the games are considerably shorter now. So, but if it goes long or whatever, we'll be on after the Guardians game. But Saturday nights, 10 to midnight, it's 2 hours of new metal, classic metal, your request, local stuff. Got a band called Dethrone the King that's local. We're going to play them on Saturday night, some classic Metallica, brand new Three Teeth. If you're down with them, I'll throw some Bolt Thrower in, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, and more. If you want to submit something of your own to htm@wmms.com. Hey, Randy.
Hello, Alan.
Hello,
while you have me on hold, first of all, you just brought up the metal show. I've been listening the last few weeks. It's really good.
Thank you, sir. Love doing it.
I recommend it. Everybody listen to it. I have a question about that. You just mentioned something about what did you say there was the name of a band called Dethrone the King?
There's a local band I'm playing called Dethrone the King.
Yeah, I want to check them out. It was cool. That reminds me, they had a cool Jeopardy question the other night about how like the name of chess comes from the Arabic word for dethrone or kill the king, which reminds me, do you remember that classic Rainbow song with Dio, Kill the King?
I do.
That'd be a good cut. Do you remember Soulless, the local band? I had some friends who were in that band. They did an awesome cover version of that, by the way.
I do not.
If you have
That
a
might have
recording
been
of that. That'd be a good cut. A good cut.
Might have been before my time. Well, I rely on local bands to send me their stuff. I don't have a big trove of local musics because, I mean, there hasn't been a metal show on MMS in 20 years. So local bands send me
I'm
stuff.
trying to get together a project now myself.
Okay. Well, when you do, make sure I get some of it.
Yeah, the reason I called, speaking of Randy's, I'm not listening to the show enough, apparently, because I didn't even know about Intense Randy. You got me, Randy from Kent. You got Intense Randy. How many Randys are in the local listening area that call in?
I don't know, but, after talking about how they failed in Kyle, Texas to break the world record for the most Kyles with that gathering of the Kyles, I'm wondering if we could get an Alan Cox Show gathering of the Randys. And I don't know.
Yeah, we could look into it. When's that next bus tour? I want to look into that.
Wednesday night, every Wednesday for the foreseeable future. You go to
Wednesday.
funnybus.net, but they sell out very quickly. So, yeah, get in.
Thank you, Alan.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Randy out in Kent. Boy, he is not listening very often, right? If he hadn't heard of Intense Randy. Because Intense Randy is kind of... he's beginning to occupy his own space in this program. Will any of you guys be at the Buzzard Brew keg opening at the Brew Kettle? I will be. I don't know who else. Stansbury and I were talking about this earlier. We are rolling out Buzzard Brew, which is very exciting. We haven't done a Buzzard Brew in a long, long time. So this is courtesy of the Brew Kettle. It's a classic American Pilsner. If you know your beer, it might be right up your alley. We're getting ready to drop the Rockin' Buzzard Brew. And anytime we do this, they sell out very, very quickly. I don't know anything about like how it's carried or whatever, but any place that's carrying Brew Kettle beer is going to carry the Rockin' Buzzard Brew. So we're going to do like an inaugural keg next Thursday. We'll get out there. It's 5 to 8 at the Brew Kettle in Strongsville. I'm going to get out there after the show. I don't know who else is going to be out there with us, but I'll be out there after the show. So
I can't make it. I have a show. I believe Mary's got something in Medina.
Okay.
On Thursday, June 1st?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that would be my show at the Foundry Social.
Right. Well, I'll be out there. I'll be out there for the tapping. I think Stansbury is going to be there too. I'll be there. But 5 to 8, depending on when you want to get there, next Thursday at the Brew Kettle in Strongsville, we're going to be tapping the inaugural keg of Rockin' Buzzard Brew, and then it's going to be available all over the place, all throughout Northeast Ohio. So obviously you'll see it because it looks awesome, wrapped in various versions of the Buzzard. But Brew Kettle's Rockin' Buzzard Brew drops very, very soon.
Bring me one.
Huh? Yeah, I'll grab a 6er or something.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or 12er.
Yeah. Yeah, so that'll be next Thursday night if you want to join us for that. You've probably seen no shortage of tributes to Tina Turner. A lot of old classic clips going around. Great clip of, if you're old enough to remember, a concert called Live Aid. It was it was like USA for Africa. It was part of that thing. In the mid-'80s, Africa was kind of your most prominent global charity. And so Live Aid was something that was basically every massive music star around the world took part in this. They did it in Philly, I think. I think they did it in L.A. I think Phil Collins famously flew across the country to do both locations in the same day. But Tina Turner and Mick Jagger were on stage together. It was 1985, so she was like 46 years old and still running around and singing and dancing.
She's the queen, bro.
They call her the queen of rock and roll. They did a song called State of Shock. They did It's Only Rock and Roll. Tina Turner basically gave Bryan Adams his biggest hit. They did a duet called It's Only Love. It made his album go to #1. And she quit performing over a decade ago because she's like, it was a lot of work. And she performed live until she was 68. And she's like, I'm done. It's too much work.
No one ever knew on stage how much I really was tired of singing and dancing. It's work. It's something when you do all of your life, every night, that's all you do. Everyone is having a good time. You're up there working. It just was years and years of work. And if I ever go back for any reason in any way, no one ever wants to see Tina do performance any other way than that. So I don't think they would accept me standing in a wonderful gown singing. That's not me.
You got to run around
That's
when you're
so
Tina
true.
Turner. Yeah,
Because
of course.
If she did, people would be like, "Oh, she's lost it." Like, there would be no point. Like when Whitney tried to do her comeback album, they were like, "Oh, this is not the Whitney that we know." Yeah, she's making music, but her voice sounds different. She's not moving the same way she used to. Her wigs are all different.
Right.
They don't like that. They like.
And poor Whitney, people started calling it her Come Crack album, and that was
No
not.
one said that.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I heard it.
You didn't recognize my voice? I mean, I just said it. Of course, Jay Leno, years ago, it was about a decade plus when Tina Turner not only moved to Switzerland, but gave up her U.S. citizenship to do it. Became a Swiss citizen.
I thought she was dual citizen.
Well, listen, I get all of my historical notations from Jay Leno, all right? So I'll take his word for it.
I was surprised to hear this. Tina Turner has decided to give up her U.S. citizenship. Wow. Yeah. Apparently, she left a good job in the city working for the man every night and day. She never lost a minute of sleep worrying about the way things might have been. No. But Tina Turner says she still loves America. But what's love got to do with it?
All right. You see what he did there? Mm-hmm. God, I thought Lennon was done with the Tonight
Those
Show.
are songs.
That was 2013. I thought he had left before then. He was still on in 2013?
I think that was his last year.
Was it? Yeah, Tina Turner and Mick Jagger were on stage in Philly for Live Aid. A great job from them. You see it on YouTube.
Where's Tina?
So he's 42, she's 46 in 1985. And they're running around every night. So they're both rail thin and, you know. But, God bless Tina Turner, boy.
I only know this song because Michael Jackson covered it.
State of Shock?
Or the Jacksons did, yeah.
Yeah, State of Shock.
When he bought their,
catalog?
Did he buy their catalog?
Who? Michael Jackson bought the Beatles catalog.
Yeah, okay. No,
yeah.
never mind.
But State of Shock was a Jackson song, I think, right?
I thought, for whatever reason, I thought Michael Jackson covered it. So I could be wrong, because I know he did stuff with Paul McCartney, Say, but he also, like, covered other artists' music. So
State of Shock was...
That was the Jacksons?
Well, Mick Jagger did it with them.
Oh,
Mick Jagger and the Jackson 5.
Okay, that makes sense.
State of Shock was a Michael Jackson song, though. Anyway. So all the tributes to Tina Turner. What I thought was interesting was the great David Coverdale from Whitesnake, who we had on this show a couple of years ago. I love David Coverdale. I don't know if he has semi-retired from rock and roll. But one of the biggest songs they ever had was Is This Love? It still gets played on radio. Stansbury will throw it in for Big Hair Wednesday every so often. But David Coverdale wrote this for Tina Turner. And the other guys in the band were like, this is because he was noodling around, and then John Sykes comes in and starts putting some chords to it. And he's like, hey, this is a really good song. And Coverdale's going, well, I wrote it for Tina Turner because Tina Turner at that time, 86, 87, was like at the height of her comeback powers. And the label, everybody wanted to keep that rolling. And so Coverdale wrote that song for Tina Turner. But when his label heard it, they said, no way are you going to give this song away. And then it became one of the band's biggest hits. There are a couple, if you were like junior high, teenager, or whatever, like I was in the 80s, that Whitesnake comeback album, that 1987 self-titled Whitesnake album, irrespective of what kind of music you liked, that is one of the two albums that everyone had. Didn't matter if you liked hip-hop, for whatever reason, there are two albums in the 80s everyone had. You had Yaz Upstairs at Eric's, and you had Whitesnake. And that album in 87 was just a massive, massive album. And that ended up being what the label was right for once. They were like, you can't give that away. Because the way that they put it together, they go, that could be a huge hit. And it would have been a huge hit for Tina Turner, too. Tina Turner actually went to bat to get the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland. Because, they had a search committee back in the day. What city are we going to put the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in? To a lot of people, it seems like a fait accompli that it was going to be in Cleveland. Because they're like, oh, Alan Freed and the Moondog Ball in the early 50s was considered like the first big rock and roll concert. But they were looking at Philly, because that's where American Bandstand was. And they were looking at Memphis, because that's where some very famous record studios were. And they were looking at Detroit because of Motown. They were looking at Cincinnati. All these cities that had like record labels in them. They were looking at New York City. Now, I think it always comes down to who's going to kick in the most cash. And that's essentially what Cleveland did. Cleveland really went hard to the hoop to get the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But Tina Turner wrote a letter saying the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame should be in Cleveland. And she wrote an impassioned missive, I guess, to the search committee. Now, I don't know if that put anything over the top. There were probably all kinds of people writing in support of other cities. But Tina Turner was the one who was like, hey, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame should be in Cleveland. Cleveland radio at the time, was being recognized for innovative and trend-setting programming. Now, that was in the mid-'80s, right? Cleveland radio would not be recognized for innovation until many years later with the addition of
Bill Squire to the
Alan Cox Show on WMMS.
I don't think it really took out till Bill Squire joined it, but then it went
into the stratosphere.
Yeah. It was off to a good start.
Once Chester McBuster signed on.
Who's that?
It was. There was no way to go but up. I wish the city of Cleveland and the state of Ohio the best of luck in acquiring the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and congratulate them on their tremendous effort toward attaining that goal. Sincerely, Tina Turner. Of course, the 1989 concert for the Rock Hall where she did River Deep Mountain High, and she got inducted twice into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, once with Ike and then once as a solo artist. But she would, kind of talk about how River Deep Mountain High flopped in the United States and was surprised by that.
It is known in the business that he was so upset with America because, they wouldn't accept it because black stations said it was too pop and the pop stations said it was too black, and it had no home, and Phil was just very upset about it. And
he thought that this was going to be the ultimate state-of-the-art song of the day.
It is in Europe, all over Europe.
Yeah, it was a big hit, right?
Yes, huge. And it just didn't make it in America, ever.
That was Tina Turner on Letterman when she made her comeback with Private Dancer, so 84. And Phil Spector was the producer of that song, and he spent a ton of money on it. And it only made it to number 88 in the United States. Because, listen, Cleveland radio at the time, sure, innovative, trend-setting. A lot of other cities around the country, though, if they can't put you into a box, they don't know what to do with you. And so they're like, like she said, we don't know what to do with this. So it kind of flopped here. But Phil Spector, who, of course, would famously go on to be convicted of murder. And still mad. You think he's mad about that murder conviction. Boy, is he mad about River Deep Mountain High flopping. Even though it's big in Europe. If only he had had a European jury. They would have said, Phil Spector. He's fine. I don't know what that is, but, it's basically European. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. You can watch at AlanCoxShow.com and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly sunny skies. Festival! All of the best free curated playlists. It's everything that rocks. All of the great podcasts for every interest.
This is Freddie Prinze Jr. from the Wrestling with Freddie podcast.
All of the mind-blowing content.
$20,000.
Awesome. All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
It's a great band people got to get hip to, called Royal Blood. They're getting ready to drop some new music. Saw them on Sonic Temple a few years ago, I think. Maybe when it was still Rock on the Range. Dave Grohl had plucked them out to open a bunch of Foo Fighter dates, but for whatever reason, that is still a band that has not gotten massive stateside, but they're awesome. It's two dudes making a lot of noise. Called Royal Blood. Hey, your Cleveland Guardians are set to play tonight. They start up against the St. Louis Cardinals. That is tomorrow. I'm a day ahead because we're out tomorrow. No Guardians tonight. Tomorrow night, 7:10 is when they will start up the weekend series against the Cardinals. So they'll play Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday, Memorial Day proper, they will head to Baltimore to play the Orioles. Cal Ripken and the Baltimore Orioles.
Hell yeah.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, speaking of Baltimore, Moop is one of our new bureau chiefs. He's in suburban Baltimore. He's in Severna Park, Maryland. Of course, that's not far from Dundalk, Maryland. That's where Doug listens. Brian's in Orlando. Steve is a bureau chief in Tooele, Utah. Isaias is in Jacksonville, Florida. Matt's in D.C. And Misty is in LaGrange, Kentucky. How. Right.
Pretty good. That's a pretty good impression.
How. Yeah.
Mary's on an impression kick today.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I went down a rabbit hole of Frank Caliendo and Jay Farrow. And they're both so good. Feel about them however you want. I know people get weird about impressionists.
I think Frank's coming in to do the show again in a month or so.
I'm so impressed by people like that level. I know they've been doing it forever, him and Jay Farrow.
Yeah.
But then I went down this other rabbit hole of this content creator, Michael Burke, I think is his name, where he does like silly impressions. So I went on my Instagram story and I was like, hey guys, give me silly impression ideas. Because I was up and moving, Alan, you'll be proud of me, at 9 a.m. today.
Baby
Out
steps.
of bed.
Baby steps.
Had me a cup of coffee on an empty belly.
Now, I'm going to assume that wasn't planned. You just woke up early.
I woke up early and I wasn't super tired. So I was like, okay, we could start the day. So then I did my regular normal morning routine.
Do you do your sun salutations?
I did not do my sun salutations.
All right.
Maybe I'll try.
Mm-hmm.
But then I got on my Instagram story and I was like, hey guys, give me silly ideas for impressions. So like one person, I posted them on my Instagram, and I said one person was like, do a walrus trying to open a bank account. Like that's, and it was like,
yeah, sure.
Silly,
yes.
Goofy, just out of the comfort zone type things like that. That one was really fun. One was like, be your cat when
well,
you're
give me the
packing for a
walrus
vacation.
opening up a bank account.
I don't have my teeth in. It's
I'm
not,
sorry?
I don't have my walrus tusks.
Oh, you put things, you use props.
Yes, I was at my house, so I used props.
I didn't know you had walrus teeth at your house.
I didn't. I shoved 2 markers in my face. But like that was one was like do an impression of your cat while you're packing for vacation. So that one was fun. Ruth Langmore trying to order coffee, but they're out. A few of the classics, Whitney, Ozzie Mayer, those all came up. But it was just really fun and silly way to start my day because I'm like, I'm up early.
Mm-hmm.
I have all my stuff done. It's like 10:30, so I have 2 hours before I have to leave for work. So yeah, we're having a good time today.
I had a handful of people tell me that they saw you at trivia last night.
Yeah, there was like 4 different people who came up and were like, hey, hate the show. The one guy...
This is in Middleburg Heights?
Yeah, the one guy recognized Brian.
Uh-huh.
He goes up, he's like, hey, man, are you Brian? Brian's like, yeah, that's me.
I sure am.
We do...
On the old ball and chain.
Yeah, we went to trivia at $2 in Middleburg Heights, and the dude who was running trivia was a fan of the show.
I thought that was in Parma.
Oh no, I'm sorry, not $2. Brew Garden.
Gotcha.
And the guy who was doing trivia was a fan of the show. And then there was like 3 people at the bar who at different times came up to us and said hi. Brian and I, just the 2 of us, we were in second place for like a good portion of the game. And then
What was your team name?
Just the 2 of us. And then the questions got much harder. And then we tanked it and went, okay, you know what?
No, go ahead. And then
Here's
you tanked
the ones,
it.
Here's the ones
and
that
then
were
you
so
tanked
hard.
it.
Let me
Yep.
ask you guys for
Uh-huh.
a little trivia fact, okay?
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to have the wording exactly right, okay? But this one, it's like this weasel-like mammal shares its name with a Mercury car that was created in 1985.
Mercur.
No.
Meerkat?
No.
No. Okay, wait. What
Mink.
is it? It's
A weasel.
A weasel-like mammal that shares its name with a Mercury
Was there a
car.
ferret?
This is what Brian and I are like, ferret, beaver. Like, what? We're like
The 1985 Mercury Beaver.
We're trying so hard.
Minx? Is it a minx?
No.
Not a weasel. Not a Mercury weasel.
It's a weasel-like
Like animal.
mammal.
Right.
Weasel-like mammal.
And Mercury put out a car
Mhm.
with this name.
Yes.
The Mercury Mulan.
No.
The Mercury Martin. The Mercury Mink. No, we already said mink. The Mercury. Did you guys get this?
Nobody got this.
Oh, what is it?
Mercury sable.
Sable.
I
know
drove a sable
I
for like
know
3
sable,
years.
but I didn't know that was a
Neither
animal.
did we. They're so cute. You look them up. They're these like
Wow.
tiny little adorable, like weasels. They're like little white weasels. They're adorable.
And super foxy in the X-Men, too. Don't forget.
Yeah.
But in a
in the
lovely coat.
WWE back in the
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, so what was another one?
Another one. This one was really hard. It was okay. Again, this isn't the exact wording of what, but this is where it started to go downhill for us.
Right.
Where we're like we have no
How
idea.
many teams were you against? Is this a
I think there
full
was
house?
like 9.
9 teams.
And they
9
ranged
teams.
from
Okay.
like 2 people to like 8 people. There was a couple bigger tables there. Okay. As one of the nation's oldest cultural institutions, this institution has over 173 million items.
The Smithsonian.
That was our guess. It is
Okay.
incorrect.
Say it again.
I got to remember the nation's oldest cultural institution, this institution has over 173 million items.
Library of Congress.
Yes.
Ah, yeah.
Nobody got that one either. I was like, because almost everybody he said did Smithsonian. And then he was like,
Imagine getting that wrong because you said Library of Congress.
the Library of Congress.
Is it Library of Congress?
But yeah, I was like, dang it. And I looked at Brian. I was like, that's a national treasure, which is like one of my favorite.
I just like that you drove a sable and it didn't occur to you.
I didn't know that was an animal.
What'd you think it was?
I don't know, just the name of a car.
But most cars are named after animals.
I had no idea that that's what that was.
I mean, he
I
drove
drive
a
a
Mercury
Sonic, and
Mulan.
that's a hedgehog. So.
That's right. I drive a Ford Fusion, and of course, a fusion is a kind of pan-Asian cuisine. And of
Obviously.
course, that's primarily comprised of various animals. So it all comes together.
Here's one Bill will know. It was this Super Bowl winning quarterback recently tied Drew Brees for the quickest to get 50,000 yards.
Johnny Football Manziel.
I don't think so. I don't think he threw for 50,000 yards.
Aaron Rodgers.
Well, here's the thing is that Brian knows a lot about sports. And
I don't know stats like that, though. My guess would
No.
be Patrick Mahomes.
That was our guess, which is
But
also incorrect.
Incorrect.
'cause-
So, okay. But he probably doesn't have 50,000 yards yet.
Well,
so
because Brian said he's only been in the league like 5 years.
Yeah,
And he was
so-
like 10,000 yards a year is
It's
absolutely
it's
insane.
so I'm going to guess
Peyton Manning.
Matthew Stafford.
It was Matthew Stafford.
Took me a second there,
good
but I got
job.
it.
Good job.
I'll tell you what, he couldn't get anything going in Detroit if you put him in L.A.
Well, he was
he
putting
blossoms.
he was putting big numbers up in Detroit.
But he
just
had
couldn't-
no team.
But they
like-
just couldn't win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was always throwing for like 4,000, 5,000 yards in Detroit. Like he's always had.
They swapped quarterbacks, and now they see what they got to work
Hey,
with.
Jared Goff
I know.
is having a decent time in Detroit, and they're the leadoff game. It's the Chiefs versus Lions when the season starts.
Yeah.
So they're getting their due.
Poundcake calls him Jared Golf.
Gosh. Sure, gosh.
Golf.
So you did not win trivia.
No, because it was like so.
Do you know in what place you came?
No, I don't know. We didn't stick
Okay.
around because once we got to the final question, we were like, "Screw this! Like, we're not even
Screw this.
Because there's the first round with like 9 questions and a bonus question, and we got almost all of those right. And then the second round is when we really started tanking because you have to wager certain amounts and blah blah blah. But the last question was a matching question where you had to match the member of Congress to their home country.
Oh, home country or state?
Okay, then you had to match a member of Senate to their home country.
They're all from the United States.
They're not. Then
What?
I don't remember what it was.
Most of them would be though.
No, right wingers think
what's
everyone
Ted
black
Cruz?
in right wingers think that anyone black in
Ted Cruz
Congress
is-
is from another country.
Yeah,
He's
so-
from Canada.
Yes, so he
Canada.
was one of them, and
He's
I
from
knew
Canada?
that one.
He's
I knew,
born in Canada.
So that's what it was. You had to match them. It was Ted Cruz, Ruiz.
Does Puerto Rico count?
No.
Well, that's an American protectorate. I mean,
But it's still a different country.
It was the people that you had to match to their country.
Right. I guess I didn't
So-
realize there were that many people from other countries. You mean born in other countries?
Yes. So it was Ted Cruz in Canada, some Ruiz guy. He's from Mexico. Duckworth.
Tammy Duckworth.
Tammy
yeah.
Duckworth.
from
Y'all know
Duckland.
where she's from?
She's from Illinois.
No,
She
Alan,
lost her legs.
country.
No, I know. I'm just saying she was one of my representatives at home.
Well, you know what
She's
country
from
she's from?
Philippines, Thailand.
Thailand. Good
Yeah.
job. Tammy Duckworth. And then there was Dan Crenshaw.
Yup.
You know where he's from?
No, the guy with the one
Germany?
eye.
No.
You're talking about where people were born.
Where people were born, yes.
Where-
This
was he-
was
I
the
didn't know-
final question where we're like, screw this. We wagered all our points.
I
Like,
didn't
we're
know-
never
Is
gonna-
it, is it a European country?
Yes.
Okay. Because I feel like he was like an army brat, so it would be like France or Germany or maybe
UK, just in the UK.
No.
where was it?
Scotland.
Scotland.
And
All right.
then there was some other Ilhan
Ilhan Omar.
Him.
Yeah.
Wherever he's from.
Minnesota. She.
No, not her. Okay, not Minnesota. A country, Alan.
I know she represents Minnesota.
Minnesota's not a country.
You said match? Oh, I thought you said match the state with the country.
No.
Oh,
You
the
had to match
person.
the person to the country.
Right. She's from Somalia.
That's the one. Yes,
Yeah.
we got that one right. We mixed up Duckworth and Crenshaw. We had those two backwards.
Gotcha.
But we
Ilhan
lost.
Omar's foxy.
You had to get all 5 right in order to get all the points. And we wagered all of them. So we're like, oh, we're out. We're so out. Here's one you guys might know, actually. What was it? Let me try to remember how it was
You
phrased.
tell me.
It was like at the beginning of the series.
It's like we're there, Bill.
Yeah.
It's like we're there last night.
Okay, we can move on.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no.
I'm excited.
Now I got to know the question.
Yeah.
I can't
Okay,
tease it.
at the
Don't
be-
leave me hanging.
At the beginning of the series he's featured in, this character's license plate, this character's New Mexico license plate reads the Cap'n.
Walter White.
CAPN, the Cap'n.
Is this Breaking Bad?
I'm not giving any clues.
What's
your
is
guess?
it? Is it the character or is it
the character?
Okay.
You have to name the character.
Hank.
From
Just Hank.
Well, what
Hank
was his
from-
name?
I don't
Hank
remember
from
his last
Breaking
name,
Bad.
yeah.
Hank.
His brother-in-law.
Hank Hankerson. Cap'n. CAPN.
CAPN.
Breaking Bad.
Nobody said Breaking Bad. It said this New Mexico license plate.
Yeah, but how many TV shows are set? in New
Better
Mexico?
Call Saul.
Oh, Cap'n. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know.
It's Jesse Pinkman.
Pinkman from Breaking,
Breaking Bad.
You mean from El Camino?
Yeah.
Uh,
We got that one wrong too. We said it was Saul.
yeah. Well,
Because I was like, Walter White's like a chemistry teacher. That wouldn't be his license plate. Saul's kind of a D-bag. That would be. But I
this is
never,
Lawyer Up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, see, neither of us had ever watched the show.
Oh, you should watch
Well,
it.
that's going to put you at a disadvantage.
Yes. And then
Was it Bryan Cranston in X-Files?
Is it Malcolm in the Middle's dad?
Nope.
There was one we knocked out of the park. It was another bonus question. We got 9 points on it. You had to
9 points.
Bill's gonna. This one's actually pretty easy. You had to name 4 of the 7 NBA team names, not the city, team names that come last alphabetically.
Wizards.
Wizards is one. There's 7 where you had to name 4.
Wolves or
Wolves,
Timberwolves.
Timberwolves.
Yeah.
by city or
No,
by
team name.
team names?
Not by city. Team name.
Trailblazers.
Yes.
Yeah, Trailblazers. I was gonna say.
Timberwolves.
We already
Got
said
them.
Timberwolves.
Oh.
Pelicans.
Nope.
Nope, they weren't in there.
Warriors.
Oh yeah.
Here's where we got into a little thing, because isn't their name the Golden State Warriors?
Yes,
Yeah,
but
but
Golden
California's
State stands
Golden
for
State.
But Golden State isn't a city.
Right,
and
but
every
that-
time that their name's on a chyron, it says GSW.
Gunshot wounds.
Yes.
Yeah, but they are the Warriors. The Golden State is like in place of California or San Francisco
Yeah.
or
Okay.
Oakland.
Well, that's one of them.
Yeah.
We still got it right, but we kind of were like, meh.
Wait, how you had to name 7?
You had to name 4 of
Oh,
the 7.
4. Oh, so we
Yes.
named 4.
Yeah, you
Wizards,
named 4.
Warriors.
Wizards, Warriors,
Trailblazers.
Timberwolves.
Timberwolves.
Thunder.
Thunder,
yeah.
Spurs.
Spurs, yeah.
And
76ers starts with an S.
But that's an SE. There's an SO. Sonic?
Sonic, Suns, yeah.
Suns. That was the other
Phoenix
one.
Suns.
Yeah.
The Sonics are supposed to come back though. Supersonic.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
They can bring
What
back
is
the
the
X-Man?
one?
Xavier McDaniel?
No, I think he's dead.
Is he really?
I think so.
Professor X?
Oh, no. I didn't know that.
I think every time you bring him up, I tell you he's dead.
Every single time. Oh, here's
He's
another
alive.
He's alive.
Yes. He's
I always mix him up with Anthony Mason.
Oh, Anthony
That-
Mason.
This is what happens. I say, I think he's dead. And then you go, he's alive. I go, no, it's Anthony Mason that's dead.
He's the dead.
You know, Bill, that's so us.
It is us. You can.
Yeah, Anthony Mason's dead. He had like
What?
a coke overdose or something, or like
I just know he was name dropped in a Beastie Boys song.
he had a heart attack at 48.
You
What,
want another
Mary?
one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another one that we missed? I'm not giving you the ones we got right. I'm giving you the ones we missed. This cut of meat, often confused with flank steak, is better known for its flavor than tenderness.
Skirt steak?
Oh, God.
Yes. Good
Wow.
job, Bill.
Well done.
I
This
watch
guy
a
knows
lot of-
meat. This guy
I know
knows
meat.
meat.
Well, I thought
I
I,
watch-
knew meat. I wrote strip steak because it's like marbled, and strip
Yeah.
steak is supposed to have like the most flavor.
I just
Boy, I would
watched.
flop in any food category.
Brian's a
wouldn't I?
vegetarian,
Oh,
so he's
God.
looking at me like, dude, I don't know
I
anything
would
about
crap
steak.
the bed on any food category.
I watch a lot of steak videos on like YouTube Shorts.
Mhm.
There's one guy that he keeps showing up in my feed, and I'm like, I don't need to watch this, and then I watch the whole thing.
Yeah,
I'd be in the
'cause
back
it's
going, "Excuse me, could you define flavor?"
Hi, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
right.
But,
I don't like the flavors everyone else likes
is that like
Not really
flavor?
into flavor or food, really.
anymore. I like trivia.
I'm trying to think of the other ones.
Do
that,
something that you got right. That's all right. See if we can.
The
Show
other
us how smart you are.
one's like a word. It's like a visual thing. It was like, Alan, you might actually like this. This 10-letter anagram. 10-letter anagram. You have to list both words. One is a type of family of musical instruments, and the other is extremely high speed. 10-letter anagram.
Velocity and woodwind.
Do those have the same letters? Do you know what anagram means?
Yeah. Oh, they have to have the same letter.
Yeah.
No, I thought you meant the two of them put together was.
No.
It's 10 letters total.
10 letters total, and it's an anagram for 2 different words using all same 10
What was
letters.
the second?
Oof, this is a visual thing.
Well, I had to write it out.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it is
I can't work that out of my head.
10-letter anagram, a family of musical instruments
Yeah.
that Alan should know. And
Percussion.
Percussion.
Okay, so what using the letters of percussion would be a word for extremely high speed?
Prussian, suspension,
What?
suspense,
Super
super speed,
cut.
Sprenzen, Persian, Galen. What is it?
Supersonic.
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 We just said it. Talking about basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I
percussion,
wrote
supersonic.
that out, I probably could have figured it out.
All right.
Yeah, those are the only ones.
You
I
guys
know.
got to get on the spelling bee game on.
I'm very good at like once we got percussion, I play like word games all the time in my free
Yeah.
time. So once we got percussion, I mapped it out. In like
Every
2
time
seconds.
we
The New York
watch-
Times spelling bee game is so much fun.
Every time we go to trivia night or watch Jeopardy or something, and I'm having a hot night, Gwen always goes, "You really should try to get on a game show." I go, "But I'll be the person who does okay on like the entrance test." There's always somebody who gets all the way to televised Jeopardy, and then they're
Don't answer a
negative
single
800
question,
points,
right?
right? It's like Tournament of Champions, and they just have a bad night. I go, that would be me. Although Jeopardy's getting weird because it's like they're trying to have like hip categories now. So it's either like 14th century Prussian czars or that's what he said, you know. Oh
well,
my
here's
God.
the thing I was thinking about last night. I was like, the four of us would make the perfect.
Yes.
We have every, like, Cody's
We'd be a
got,
trivia hydra.
You would never be able to stop us because, Alan, you've got a ton of, like, music knowledge and just you're super old, so that helps.
I'm a font of worthless information.
Right. Bill has got every sports category covered. Cody has
Not
pop
every, but
culture.
pretty good. Sports and movies.
Sneakers.
Yeah. Sneakers.
Sneakers, yeah. I mean, there could be
Breakdancing.
sneakers, yeah.
I was like, I've got like a good handle on music that isn't classic rock or metal.
I've got pop culture and geography.
Yes. I was like, we've got it. Like the four of us would kill it on any type of trivia team.
Oh, you're good at geography, Poundcake? What city are you in right now?
Cincinnati.
Nailed it. I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, and you can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
Yeah.
We're in an audio medium over here. Alan, I knew Mary was in the building at trivia when I heard her laugh across the bar.
I got a big laugh.
Oh, were you watching some of my
Bill
videos?
Squire's live on YouTube.
On YouTube?
No, she wasn't.
Oh.
That's probably what you're watching.
Enjoying the company of my hilarious boyfriend.
No, you said on many occasions he's not even funny.
You can't stop talking about how he's not funny.
He had a couple good ones.
You take it very, very personally when he even intimates that when he even whispers that he might have a funny bone in his body. You take that very personally.
Yeah.
I don't know why. There's room for everyone.
Everyone can be funny.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that.
Well, Brian wants to start a podcast.
Why not?
With who?
With me. And
He can get it right on the iHeartRadio app.
Well, that's what I told him. I was like, baby, you're not that funny. Like, how are we going to do a podcast?
Well, why does he have to be funny for the two of you to do a podcast?
He doesn't. And we wanted to do a hypothetical podcast because that's where we get all of our best
That's like
discussions.
most podcasts anyway.
Right.
Hypothetically, they're going to get a bunch of listeners.
Right.
But they quit after 4 episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did a couple dry runs over the last few days.
I mean, Gwen and I have talked for a long time about doing a podcast, but we're just kind of like, well, there's 4 billion of them.
Right.
And 99% of them have 2 listeners. So,
Right.
I mean,
but you're not going to have 2 listeners.
No, I know that. But it's like, I got no time for the stuff I have to do now.
I also tried to explain to him that it's a commitment. I was like, so if we are having a bad day or you don't feel like it or whatever, you still have to do it. He's like, well, that's not kind of takes the fun out of it. I was like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It can be.
Well,
That's why nobody does them.
Not if you're Poundcake. You
a
can do it
big
whenever you
old
want to do it.
hiatus.
Yeah, you do it whenever you
true.
want to.
You can make your own rules, I guess.
Yup.
Yeah, pretty much. As long as you announce them and everyone knows the 411. Hey, I'm not feeling like it today, guys. Don't be mad. And then you just log off of everything so you don't hear any backlash.
That's one way.
You don't want to hear from the fans, the people who actually like what you're doing?
I'm going to take a nap and then I'm just going to wake up and just ignore all the notifications.
Wow. All right. Well, unlike your boyfriend, my wife is funnier than I am.
Yes.
She just does it for free. I get paid for it. So, there's a part of me where I'm like, well, I don't want to. I mean, when she sits in, she fills in here, that becomes readily apparent that I'm flagging behind my own wife.
She's quick.
Yes, she is. Nevertheless, Brian doesn't have to be funny for you guys to do a podcast. What would you call it?
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically?
So it would
You
be...
wouldn't call it he's not funny, but I am?
No, that would be the tagline. No, so it would be, well, at least this is the idea we came up with, where we would take hypothetical situations and just riff back and
Fight
forth
about them?
and fight about them. Well, and I told him, I said, it has to be entertaining. It can't. People aren't just going to listen to us bicker for an hour a week.
Well, no, it wouldn't be bickering.
Well, and he was like...
There's a lot of people doing podcasts with their significant other.
Yeah.
And they're relatively entertaining to listen to. I mean, Your Mom's House is pretty good, and who else? Who else is doing a podcast with their wife or their husband?
I have no idea.
It's worth listening to.
Who?
I mean, there aren't a
Avril
lot,
Lavigne?
but Avril Lavigne,
I
and
don't
she's
know.
not selling sofas.
Well, I was just basically saying, it can't just be us fighting about... And here's the other thing. I was like, Brian, you're so practical that, to do an hour or even a 45-minute podcast, because if the hypothetical is, what would you do if you won the lottery? And your answer is, put it in savings. There's not much to riff off of there.
Not only that,
Listen,
but
it's not the funniest thing, but it's just a good idea.
No, but this is what I told Poundcake. Editing is always going to be your best friend. You guys know this, right? For writing material or whatever. Editing is always your best friend. I don't know where this notion came from that podcasts have to be an hour long.
They don't. You're right.
They don't. I mean, I think the quicker the better. That's why you see more and more of these hey, like my buddy in LA does a podcast. It's 15 minutes a day. And it smokes because you're like, hey, anybody can listen to that, right?
Yeah,
on the way to
on a
work.
And that's
walk
the average commute time is about 15, 20 minutes.
I mean, when these things started, when YouTube and video and podcasting all started, they were like, you got to get people fast. The average, people's attention spans are getting shorter and shorter, so you got to hook them in the first 5 seconds. So what you had was people trying to hook people in the first 5 seconds all the way to goddamn 4 hours of Joe Rogan riffing about something.
Yeah.
So people's attention spans are either really long. I don't know who the F has 4 hours to listen or watch. I mean, notwithstanding. But again, it's not like we have people who listen to this live all the way through.
And we do.
We do, but I don't,
It's not a ton,
but
but
you
it's
can listen how you want, when you want.
And there's a lot of people that go back and, they'll fill in the gaps from the podcast. And I think it also depends on your job. If you drive for a living and you are, a delivery driver, I think it's very common for them to just listen to podcasts, and the longer the better for them.
Plus, for some podcasters, once you get a little bit of heat, you're doing, like Bobby Lee and his wife do a podcast, or his girl, whatever they are. Mm-hmm. But she does 2 other ones because I don't know what she does. She got time. He's on the road or whatever. But you and Brian should do one. Do a 30-minute weekly podcast. He should, and then you get a little bit of heat.
Bank a bunch.
And then
Bank what?
episodes.
Like episodes.
Oh, I thought you meant money.
Not
I was
money.
like, no. That's
Episodes.
Episodes. It's podcast terminology.
Sorry, my bad.
And then when you get a little bit of heat, he spins off his own, where it's just garbage collection Q&A.
Well, here's the thing. I think this is starting because this last year, I got my taxes done. I had the best year in comedy that I've ever had. And so he's kind of looking at me like, wait a minute, you're just kind of doing what you love and you're making money at it. And so I think he's kind of trying to find ways to not do his job anymore.
Well,
here's maybe we can have a super famous podcast,
Let me throw this at you.
Ready.
The two of you do a podcast where you talk about what you're aspiring to and what he's doing. And it's called Waste Management.
Hey.
WAIST.
Oh.
You're welcome. You're welcome. It's Mary and Brian's diet/garbage collection podcast.
Do you want to do a test run? I can have you and Brian on my podcast, and I'll just kind of moderate as you.
You'll throw he and I hypotheticals?
Yeah.
Maybe. That might work.
That could be just to see if he's got the chops. He's
Figure out what the middle of that Venn diagram is in between keeping healthy and garbage collection, right? He's like, oh my God, I see people throwing away all this food, and then you go, oh, that's terrible and wasteful. And guess what? I had a rice cake. I don't know. You guys will work it out.
That's really good.
Now stretch that genius into 30 minutes.
Not an hour based off of rice cakes.
Listen, if you want to do an hour on rice cakes, by all means. Then you get a little bit of a scratch from the Quaker people because they're trying to push the rice cakes.
Obviously. Get a little sponsorship.
That's right.
Ching ka-ching.
Al and I drive and listen to you guys all day.
Aww.
All right. Well, thank you. Dustin in Georgia. How dare you, Alan? I listen to your show in all of its entirety. Well, there it is.
It's Dustin.
I took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
Now,
Trash talk with Brian, somebody said. Now,
there you go.
I'm sticking with waste management, but I mean, trash talk, the more the merrier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mary and Dustin going back and forth. Now, there's the podcast.
Me and Dustin going at it.
Yeah. Mary, it's Dustin. I want to know what it's called.
I'm a big fan. I just don't know why you think it's okay to put your boyfriend on a podcast when you got a good friend like Dustin.
It's called What Happened to All That Money with Dustin and Mary.
Where's the money, Mary? Paper Trail with Dustin and Mary.
That's right. So the return.
It's like the new cereal.
Paper Trail.
Trying to figure out this investigation.
Well,
so it's
I
mentioned this yesterday, but I'll repeat it. Vicky on the Alan Cox Show Facebook page was like, "Hey, when's the Poundcake podcast coming back?" And he said, "This coming week."
Mm-hmm.
Is that still true?
Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
6 days from now.
The return of the Poundcake podcast.
Yeah, me and Fancy did something, and I just have to edit it down.
Now, is this a return to form, or will there be? Is it a week-to-week thing? Or you don't know. Maybe another extended hiatus.
I'm going to try and this is the comeback, and I'm going to try and do it every.
Don't call it a comeback.
Wednesday. Don't call it a comeback.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee, LL Cool J. Ladies love Cool James. That's right. Okay, good. Well, then there you go.
Well, the other one I thought of, other than hypotheticals, would be a horror movie podcast.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
But
horror movie or
Yes.
horror?
No, you heard it right. the
Horror
first
movie.
time.
Horror movie. I'm like,
Gotcha.
hey, I actually am qualified for this one.
No, but we looked it up.
Frankenhooker.
There are 25,000 podcasts about horror movies.
There
Like
are 25,000 podcasts about everything. Everybody thinks they found a niche. That's why these podcasts that they're always promoting are so obscure. And we go into the 1972 case of a farmer who ate all of his chickens. Okay, cool. You know, they're like, everybody
Turns out he
now.
was just a regular farmer, and that he got carried away one day. It's not that big of a
But
story.
not all of them were chickens. Some of them.
We're wolves.
We're ducks.
Yeah, we're ducks. Check us out now on Cluck Cluck Goose.
That's right. Chicken wolves. Wherever you get your podcasts.
Why did the chicken cross the road? To get away from the farmer.
Maybe British Alan can get us hip to this, but it always it's like a drill in my ear when I hear, some of these podcast promos, because you cannot, and I know that there are innumerable variations on British accents, but you will never convince me that any British person pronounces podcast as podcast.
Podcast.
Podcast. You'll
A new
never convince me
podcast.
that that's true. I think that's all part of that. Things sound more serious when a British person is saying them, but you'll never convince me that podcast is a way that anyone pronounces that word over there. Now, I would like Poundcake to start doing that.
A
But that's
fully
just
British podcast.
The new Poundcake. Ooh.
Oh, no, do it.
Yep.
The new Poundcake podcast is coming Wednesday.
He nailed it. He got it.
What's it about? What's it about? Give us a teaser. Like you're going to put it out.
It's
in
him
your
and
British
Fancy
accent.
talking about
I know,
pride.
No, I want to.
Poundcake and Fancy return to the Poundcake podcast to give them their prideful.
You already lost it.
Yeah. Try again. Start over. Start over.
Shut up, Mary.
You got it.
Poundcake and Fancy return to the Poundcake podcast to talk about their prideful events.
Well, that's pretty good. I mean, it's
Why do you sound like Elon Musk?
Kind of sounds
there's like an Afrikaner thing going on there,
Kind
and
of sounds
yeah,
like Stitch.
that's more
Return to the
that's more
podcast.
Joburg than Manchester there. Try it again.
Poundcake and Fancy return to the Poundcake podcast to talk about the Pride Month and their prideful return.
It's probably the best one yet.
Yeah, that
Pretty
was, that
good.
was
Yeah.
better.
Mm-hmm. Boy, he's our little Jay Farrow here on the show, isn't he?
Killing
Very
it.
breathy.
Oof. Huh?
Had to be very breathy when I talked.
Breathy. Yeah, okay. Well, okay, good. If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, you can always leave us some messages there, too.
Owen and Willoughby again, come on. You guys were talking about like that third or fourth, 87th, whatever R. Kelly show that they're doing. I have a suggestion for some fresh entertainment. Let's take the survivors of R. Kelly and put them on the show Survivor, and then take all the winners from the show Survivor and put them in R. Kelly's sex dungeon. Give that a shot.
You know,
Oh, okay.
that's not too far off, though, because MTV, whenever you do like Real World or Road Rules, they always put you in like one of the challenges. Why don't they do that with all these like Lifetime original movie people, like 600-pound sister or the
What, make them climb a rope?
6,000-pound sister? Yeah, like to have them do like
6,000-pound sister.
what is it? 1,000-pound sister.
1,000-pound
Yes,
sisters.
or my 600-pound life.
Yeah, like all those people from My 600-Pound Life and 1,000-Pound Sisters.
By the way, did anybody know that Survivor is still on television?
I did not
Yes,
know
I
that.
knew.
They got a winner last night. The 44th season of Survivor.
Is it the hot guy?
I don't know. It's Jam Jam, a 31-year-old salon owner from Puerto Rico.
No.
Jam Jam. 4 votes Jam Jam. 1 vote Heidi. The winner of Survivor 44. Jam Jam.
One of the 3 misfits on the show won $1 million there. I had no clue that Survivor was
Is it
still
the same
on.
host?
Jeff Probst.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing
Is he like 70?
They're
How
doing
old is that guy?
he's older, but he's in good shape, boy.
Yeah.
They're doing a casting called Puddin' Bay.
I know.
Let's go.
In like 2
Let's
weeks.
Go. Let's go show trip.
I had no idea that Survivor was still on. I think I
want
watched
Survivor.
the first 2 seasons of Survivor. Like Richard Hatch, the guy that ended up going to jail because he didn't pay taxes on it. Yeah, Survivor
June 15th,
is
noon
looking
to 4.
for contestants for the 47th season. So they're going ahead. They've already got
$1 million is not enough for that show.
I still haven't watched
$1
a
million.
single
Is a,
episode.
what are you talking
I
about?
couldn't do that. Like
You couldn't do Survivor for the chance at $1 million?
they're gonna have me on a beach and like with a bunch of tarantulas and spiders and stuff. No, I'm not laying out there.
All right.
Hell no.
What day of the week is June 15th?
June
It's a
15th.
Thursday.
At the Boardwalk and the Keys, 2 locations at Put-in-Bay from noon to 4.
I'll go. Can I have that day off?
You go.
To go audition
You can have
for
whatever day off you
Survivor.
want. I mean, if you want to get out there.
There's a super hot guy on there. He was like 21 or something like that, and he works for NASA. He actually works for NASA, Bill.
I don't work there. I just shop there.
I know. But I wanted him to win because he's Twinkie, but he didn't win.
Burp. Well, there you go. I mean, yeah, I had no idea that Survivor was even on, but they got their Cycle 44 winner last night, a new $1 million winner.
You think
And-
people would want to watch me cry on TV?
Yeah, Channel 19 is going to be hosting the whole thing out there.
I actually think you would do a good job because people who grew up on like the fringes of life, like you've lived in a hoarder house.
You're a scrapper.
They love a good storyline. First off, you're like, I came from nothing. I had rats and I was
Dude,
poor.
do you understand? I have the best sob story.
My
in
dad died
AGT.
from COVID.
My dad died from COVID. I'm a recovering addict. I lived in a hoarder house.
You're gonna win,
Like
dude.
I have all these things. Stand-up
You mean for
comedian, radio
Survivor?
personality.
Yes, they
They love sob
media
stories.
narrative.
Oh, they do?
I overcame it all, Alan, and now I'll dig in the sand.
Yeah, but you're not going to be the only person with a dead parent from COVID story.
I know.
But Mary's gonna be washing her Invisalign in the ocean.
She's going to get that brain-eating amoeba that's showing up in the northern states here. Do you read about that? Holy cow.
She's like,
keep your head above the water, Ohioans. They're finding a brain-eating amoeba in Ohio and Michigan and
jokes on them. They ain't got nothing left to eat for me.
Pennsylvania.
Dude, this says that the time commitment is only 46 days.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was shorter than that. I thought it was only a month.
Nah, it says
I
about
didn't know.
6 weeks.
You have to be
46 days.
And you can be 16 or older.
That's
You can be 16 on Survivor. Oh. I mean, what have you really survived in 16 years? But yeah, man, I had no idea that show was even on. And then I see they're doing a contestant search.
But they're still doing Big Brother. Only reason why I knew that was because they did Celebrity Big Brother with like Todrick, and I watched like the clips of that.
Todrick.
Nimrod and Nimtod. Okay. Todrick. Well, anyway, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is trying to get on the 47th cycle of Survivor, June 15th, out at Put-in-Bay from noon to 4. You fill out a thing, and the producers grab all those up, and they look them over, and maybe you'll get on Survivor. I'm from Ohio, and my dad died from COVID, and I have a shellfish allergy. I hope that doesn't preclude me from being on a island show.
Pacific Island show. Tonight we are eating crab. I'll eat the tapioca, I guess.
Just because my face blew up, I hope that doesn't.
Can I have vegan? You're in there like, we're on Survivor, but yeah, I still need vegan and plant-based
Vegan
products.
Survivor. Everybody's too pale and
too
sallow to. All right, I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, I will have Paramore tickets for you. They're doing that show at the Romo Fijo with Block Party, so if you want to check that out, I'll hook you up coming back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and
never before. It's iHeartRadio Access Day, our 24-hour way of saying thank you for listening. Go to iHeartRadioAccessDay.com today.
Want a $100 shopping spree on the latest fashion, home goods, or beauty products? Well, that's what Temu, the most downloaded app in the App Store, is offering on iHeartRadio Access Day. So head to iHeartRadioAccessDay.com today to register for reminders when deals go live on June 1st.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. 'Cause I love you, Alan. And it's time to give stuff away.
All right, Paramore is back on the road and doing big venues, boy. Paramore and special guest Block Party. Cool to see them again, too. Sunday, June 4th, not far off, at the Romo Fijo. Is that a week from Sunday already? Yeah, a week from this Sunday is going to be June 4th. Go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com for tickets and info and all that. You get the last pair from me this week for Paramore and Block Party on the 4th. Good luck. Have fun. 216-578-1007. Looking for caller 10 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show. Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
You know, if they really wanted to impress me, and I know they do, they would have booked Steely Dan for Sonic Temple. Talk about taking a left turn, boy. You know, just as a palate cleanser, in between Rob Zombie and Kiss, Steely Dan. I don't know. Hey, your Guardians are off tonight, but they only took 1 of 3 in that series against the White Sox last night in the Funny Bus. People were giving me a hard time by being a White Sox fan. I said, listen, I don't know how they're beating the Guardians, but they were doing it. Guardians are... nobody's having... Yeah, right. My A and B team, neither of them are having a great time just yet. But the Guardians will get back to it tomorrow night here at home against the St. Louis Cardinals. I don't know how they're doing. But 7:10 is going to be your first pitch tomorrow night, live from Progressive Field. And here on MMS, and you can also listen on the free iHeartRadio app. So keep that in mind. Netflix has finally cracked down on the password sharing.
I saw that this morning when I logged in.
I haven't seen it, but my father-in-law hit me up, and he's like, hey, is it cool? We got a notice that $8 is going to be added to your account because they use our password. And I was like, it's fine with me. I mean, I didn't know that that was finally happening. After that HBO Max flop, boy, that was a big, you can chalk it up to, well, it's a major rollout, and so, there's going to be some difficulties there. But a lot of people had trouble with HBO becoming Max because they said, oh, you won't have to change anything. The app will just update. Of course, it didn't. If you had Roku, you had to update your entire system for it to even show up. But Netflix has been saying for a while, hey, no more sharing passwords. Sharon Passwords, of course, one of Mary's fellow cheerleaders back at the University of Toledo.
Yes, ma'am.
Sad how she died.
She was a base. Netflix, yeah. So in the U.S., they're going to be blocking people, but each extra person is going to cost you $8 a month. And so, you get the feeling that for the 4 or 5 years that Netflix was the only game in town, they really could have done more to prepare for this moment. I don't know. It feels like they squandered a lot of their capital with the audience. Because because if you have more than a few streamers, we're kind of talking about this yesterday, for people who subscribe to a lot of streamers, you're constantly now getting emails about, hey, in order to give you the best possible service, it's all this big, long thing till they get to the meat of it. It's going to cost you $2 more a month. And there's going to be a law of diminishing returns there because a lot of these things, especially Netflix, kind of plateauing with subscribers. They're like, you know, we're not getting more subscribers. So you got to raise the price, or you got to crack down on sharing, or whatever. And this is something that they probably should have done from the jump, but they wanted people coming in.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, share your account. It's cool. However, you know. And so I think one by one, I'm sure Disney is going to crack down on people who are sharing accounts. You know, all of the streaming services I subscribe to, when I click on the menu, there are 4 or 5 profiles on it, right? It's like me, my family, the in-laws, my older kids. So I don't know.
Yeah, I have a similar situation where all my kids have their own profiles, and you know, it's time to have they got to grow up. It's time to grow up.
It's time to fly, get out of the nest.
Get on your own Netflix.
It's all based.
Why don't you just
start your own algorithm?
Why don't they just Venmo you $8 a month?
Yeah, okay.
Why not? $8 a month. You go, hey,
I'll
stay
just
on my
pay
account.
for it, but it's just, they're not going to send me the $8.
You don't think so?
I know my kids.
No, but you send them. You have a notice, and you send it to them. Hey, $8 a month, or set it up auto $8 a month.
Yeah, it's all right. I can handle.
You know,
paying
teenagers
the
and nobody wants to pay for anything, and nobody wants to have anything if they have to pay for it. So, you know, like my son is going to be in New York this weekend visiting a friend of his, and his Christmas gift was that my ex-wife and I were going to pay for the trip. And so I paid for the plane ticket, and my ex is paying for like his expenses while he's there. He's going to be visiting a friend in Williamsburg. And I can't give him any recommendations because I've never been to Brooklyn. Anytime I've ever gone to New York, I've been in Manhattan because that's where our friends are. And so so in my brain, I assumed that's where his friend lived, which is silly because most people don't live there. And so he goes, oh, we're going to be in Williamsburg. We're going to have a lot of fun. I go, yeah, I wish I could point you in some. You guys probably could. You guys have been there, haven't you?
7 years or so.
Yeah, I've never been.
I avoided Brooklyn at all costs.
Why is that?
Because I don't do well on the stages there. Brooklyn people are mean.
Oh, you mean professionally? It's still hipsters, right?
It's super, super, super young crowds.
Yeah.
So if you're not hitting every single trigger word, they don't want to hear about it.
Gotcha.
Like if you're not LGBTQ+, if you're not a feminist, if you're not talking about it's very, very,
they don't want to hear from white
trendy.
Cis men.
They don't want to hear from
or
any
white cis ladies.
Yes. I don't think they want to hear from anybody cis of any color.
What about sus?
Maybe sus? But it's like a going joke in the New York comedy community where they're like, yeah, no one does well in Brooklyn.
Don't go out to Brooklyn.
They're like, unless you have, you know.
Well, and if you do, and conversely, I would imagine if you do really well in Brooklyn, you're not going to do well elsewhere.
You're not going to do well at the clubs in
you're in a dome there, yeah.
I need to get out there and see how my story about my son goes in Brooklyn.
They probably wouldn't like you to start.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I imagine that, but I'm hoping that by the end of it, they like win them over.
A 40-year-old straight white man, 0% chance.
Let me tell you about trans people.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, wait, he's an ally.
Oh, hold on.
Do I need to change the way I am? No. It's the 40-year-olds that are wrong.
Right. Jason in Lakewood. Alan, don't sleep on the work from home fans.
Oh, yeah.
I listen to the show from 2 to 6. Before then, I was only listening during my commute. I guess I forget how many people are, because there's been such a push to get people back in the office, which is a real double-edged sword because especially these tech companies, you know, you read about guys like Elon Musk. He's like, I want people back in the office. It's like, bro, you work in you've created one of the only sectors where people can work from anywhere. You are just a maniac, and you want to lord over physical bodies in the office. They don't need to be there. And even for those people doing that kind of work, even if they are in the office, headphones on, down at the computer, you know, like they're not hanging out and talking to each other. You can literally do that job from anywhere. If you're a welder, you can't do that remotely. But it's so weird that like Facebook, Twitter, they got 5 people left working at Twitter. You know, I want people back in the office. Why? It has nothing to do with you want people in the office for the work.
It's about power and
yes,
control.
of course. You know, you're not running a car dealership. You're running a company where people can do their work from anywhere. I have friends who work for Google. sold their place in Oakland, moved to Denver for a little while. Then they'll figure it out. They can work from wherever the whole time. So this, well, you got to be back in the office. Like, what? I get why they want it, but I also fully understand when people don't want to do it. And if you're somebody who has the luxury of just, because you hear that from a lot of people who are traditionally younger, single, they don't have too much tethering them. They go, well, if that's what it's going to be, I'm going to quit. Like, God, that'd be amazing, right? Because how many people can just quit their job?
Oh.
You hear that all the time. People go, I'll just quit. You will over that? I could never just quit my job. Even if I wanted to, which I don't.
Yeah, but you are the job.
Who is the job?
You, here. You know what I'm saying? You can't quit this because it's your thing. The people who can just quit their job are data entry guys.
I could quit this.
But not as quickly as someone who works like in a replaceable field.
Well,
Someone
we're
who
all
goes
replaceable. I mean, I've been
not to
replaced
the
at radio
same-
stations all across this country. I
to
mean,
the person who goes in and does data entry 8 hours a day.
Okay, but I don't think those are the people that they're clamoring to have them. Those people, the faceless people you're talking about.
Tech guys, IT guys.
Yeah, but for some reason, these companies want them in the office, and it's like, listen, guys, you're being hoisted with your own petard here. Like, I know why you want them. Guys like Elon Musk they're bored walking around with nobody to point at and scream at. But that's not a reason to tell people they got to come back into the office. I mean, we are in these brand new studios downtown, but the suite out there, the office-ish part, is still very much a hybrid thing. So as many people as work here, you can walk by these front windows any day of the week, and you'll see maybe 5 or 6 people. So, we're in here every day. But as far as the huge part of the office suite out there, there aren't 40 people in there every single day. And that's fine. They don't have to be. There are people working for this company I haven't seen in 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
They're still working for us. I can still text them and go, how's it going? Then they'll go, I don't work for you. That's how we find out.
This?
Hey, how's it going? Oh, I don't work for the company anymore. Oh, you don't? Somebody texted me about a week or so ago, out of the blue. Somebody works for the company, worked for a long time, a good friend. Hey, how's it going? It's like, I'm not with the company anymore. I moved on. Okay. Well, I'm glad you told me, because no one else would have told me. I would have been like a dummy texting you going, hey, how about X, Y, and Z? And they go, I don't know what you're talking about. Because they don't tell us. So it's just, I don't know. I'm sure there are people who are way more versed in how those things are supposed to work than I would be. But these tech companies that demand people back in the office, like, I don't get it. It's just a power play. It's not a pragmatic solution. It's not the employee's fault that you fired everybody in a fit of pique, and now you got nobody minding the store. Alan, I've done it many times and for much less. Oh, quitting? That's what I'm saying. I mean, maybe if you have nothing holding you back, maybe if you're like, when you're younger and you're single, and I don't know. Because that's what I love about like sitcoms and stuff, where people will quit their job, like their really good job, and then they'll go get a job. You know what I really want to do? They'll get a job in like a record store.
Right.
But they don't lose their apartment.
No.
They still got their car. It's like, oh, you're making 6 figures at the a record store, are you? I'm following my bliss. Obviously, that's a television show, but it is funny in that it doesn't really reflect reality at all. Alan, you clearly don't understand how good of a welder I am. I can weld from 10 miles away. That's good.
Good welding.
That's really good.
But what if the job's 11 miles away?
Oof.
Also, they're going to have drones that'll do the welding for you. They're going to take your job.
One time I saw Mary at a full lesbian show in Brooklyn. I think it was me and one other dude. Does that mean anything to you? Was it Mary Santora and the Full Lesbians? Was that the 3-woman show you were doing?
I've literally done, I think, 2 or 3 shows in Brooklyn, and I don't know how many lesbians were on them.
Mm.
The last one I did, there was 6 people. So if you're one of the 6 you would have been there with a couple, and then you didn't say anything.
In
to
like
me.
the basement of a Chinese restaurant?
No, it's
like you and Todd Barry?
No, it's called the Tiny Cupboard. It's like a legit space for comedy.
Was there a tiny Indian in it?
There's not.
Oh.
But I performed there twice, and I performed at a place called The Gutter, which
Grr.
is a bowling alley.
Put your mind in the gutter.
I don't think there were a lot of lesbians on that show.
Would Mary's dead dad jokes and post-strict religion stuff buy her any Brooklyn cred?
No.
No, they probably
don't care.
probably snapshot you from the jump, right? They probably
100%.
assume, yeah.
I don't have glasses. I'm not wearing weird clothes that don't fit right.
Right. It's like 1992 all over again.
Yeah. It's upsetting. I went shopping the other day, and I tried on some like straight leg, high-waisted pants and these tiny little tops. And I'm like, guys, I can't. This is just, it looks so bad. It's just not for everybody. Because in the 90s, all the girls who are wearing those big oversized clothes are super thin. So I think it looks different on them than on someone with meaty thighs, you know? I don't know. And the girl at the store is trying to tell me, like, no, it's you look amazing. That's the in look right now. I was like, I feel so
Stupid.
unattractive.
It is
like,
wild, but it is wild. My daughter is 18 and at college, just finished her freshman year. It is wild to see her dress the way my girlfriends dressed in the early 90s.
Yeah.
Because it's 30 goddamn years ago. It's so wild.
But everything's just like a little bit different.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to put your own thing
yeah,
on
they
it,
get-
but it's like, there's a lot of girls on campus who look like Elaine Bennis all of a sudden.
It's not for me. It's not a good look for me. I'm just waiting until we're only 10 years away from the skinny jeans and going out tops coming back, and I'm fine with that.
Mike from Parma, he used to work in our building at Oak Tree.
Yeah.
He's strictly work from home now.
Nice.
And he welds.
Oh, he welds.
Oh, he's
welds.
He welds like Tuesday. Anyway, listen. Bill is screwed on the Netflix thing. He can't even afford an $8 haircut. What does that mean?
Oh, shaggy hair.
Because my hair is longer.
Oh, yeah.
I can afford the haircuts. I just don't
He
want
doesn't
them.
want to. He's not
growing
going
it
to
out.
bend to big comb or small
I'm not gonna
comb
let-
like Mary. Yeah.
Dad Mary tell me how to live my life.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I like how, did you see how speaking of the streamers, did you see how this guy, David Zaslav, who's the CEO of Discovery or whatever, he's the guy that, because they merged with HBO, he's the guy who said, get rid of HBO. He was giving the speech at Boston University and everybody was heckling him. Did you see that?
No.
They're like, pay your writers. The graduating students, the guy's standing up there with Jack Nicholson sunglasses on. And
Did you see the lady giving the margarita speech?
No.
Let me see if I can find that and send it to you because it is wonderful.
At a college?
Yeah, she's gone viral before because she's just like all about like abstinence, but it's fantastic.
Some people
pay your writers.
Some people will be looking for a fight. But don't be the one they find it with. Focus on people's good qualities. Jack was right. In my career, I've seen so many talented
Jack Welch, former GE chairman, he's talking about. That's the guy you really want to take your modern business practices
You
from.
can't choose the people that you work with. Figure out
There's
what
people out there he's looking at with signs that say WGA and pay your writers.
and do what it takes to navigate their challenges. We all have them. The reality is,
Well, anyway, this guy's making, $30 million a year, and they got writers out on strike. So they're like, boo. No wonder you wear the sunglasses so they don't see the terror in your eyes when you're up there speaking. Hey, let me go to Mike, who checks in from the West Coast of Ohio. Hello.
Hey, Alan, hate the show.
Hey, thank you, Mike. What's going on?
Well, I just had an interesting update. I don't know if you've been following it. It's gotten pretty juicy. Some tea sipping online, as the youngins would say.
Yeah.
That nurse and the black guy in New York that were like fighting over the rental bike in that whole situation.
Don't know
I don't know
that.
if you saw like the. Yeah, there was like the viral video where there's like the nurse is like, "This is my bike, help me!"
Oh,
help
yes,
me."
yes, I did
And,
see
like,
that. That's right. He already paid for it, and
Yeah,
she
so-
like walks up and swipes it.
Something like that. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you saw in the last like week there was like a barrage of media interviews with the nurse's lawyer and the PR firm that they hired to get on TV and explain how she's being defamed. And here's the receipt of her. She actually had the bike, and the guy was trying to steal it from her. So that had happened over the last week. And the interesting part of that is like they have a receipt and they kept showing it, but they didn't show the timestamp for some reason. And a lot of people started asking. The black guy's his like sister is then on TikTok being like, "Oh, here's our receipts." And so how it works is those bikes in New York, there's like a unlimited pass, but you can only use a bike.
Mike, I'm falling
for,
asleep
like,
here.
40
Like, what's going on with this? Is like the most boring viral story of all time. This went viral because they were arguing over receipts for the bike.
Yes. So who's lying about it is the real thing. Apparently, the nurse and the PR firm went on CNN, MSNBC, and is lying about it.
Got it. Okay, thank you. There's Mike from the west coast of Ohio. Boy, if you need any more evidence that people are just dying for things to get pissed off about, what could be more boring than a story like that? I have a receipt for this bike. No, he took it from me. No, I have. He's black and I'm white, but I paid for it. And it's Good Morning America sits down with the bike lady. Holy Christ. I got a break. Not a moment too soon. Thank you, Mike. You want to get a text? 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You want to watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
different kinds now, right? There are places that you can get these injections. And again, they're not cheap. It's a few $100 per shot. But as with any new development in pharmaceuticals, the people who have the means are going to be the people who first have access to it. A doctor has said that these drugs can lead to, quote, overflow diarrhea.
Bro.
See, what you want to shoot for is the underflow diarrhea, right?
Just
You want to
enough.
be,
Overflow diarrhea.
a great Steve Winwood song,
Yeah.
but still, you don't want an abundance of diarrhea. You want to overpromise and underdeliver, I think, on the squirts. Angela Adams, 47-year-old nurse in Florida, hadn't pooped for a week, and she was getting kind of nervous. She had been on one of these weight loss drugs for about a month, and one of the side effects at that time was constipation. Listen, there ain't no free lunch. And so for people who are like, I'm going to get these shots, I'm going to lose a bunch of weight. And you do. You do lose a bunch of weight, and quickly. But there are things that go along with it. You know, Olestra was one of the, that was kind of a famous flop because the time and the research and the effort that goes into these big rollouts, it's always amazing when there's a major issue that they just didn't foresee. It couldn't be that they didn't foresee it. They figured, well, let's roll it out anyway. So Olestra chips, maybe 15 years ago. I mean, every stand-up comic on the planet had an Olestra bit for about 18 months.
Cat Williams was the one I knew. Where he talks
I think
about...
Ray Romano was doing Olestra
Yeah?
bits.
Oh, no. I ate those Olestra chips in my pants.
Yeah,
There's
something like that.
leakage.
Yes, Ray. You were talking about that for quite some
Oh,
time.
it's so much anal leakage.
Yup. Overflow diarrhea was the phrase. So anyway.
I was like, what's discharge on my credit card? Oh, it's anal leakage from Olestra.
I'm not in the military.
Mm-hmm. That's why I call it dishonorable discharge.
Oh, Ray, you rascal. Anyway, so yeah, people are reporting that, listen, you got to take the rough with the smooth. And yeah, you're going to lose some weight, but you also might crap the bed. There's an entire Reddit thread for people who are suffering from what they call the sleep shrimps. Been a few tough days of nocturnal diarrhea. That's not the kind of nocturnal emission you want. You know, you're like a teenage boy, but
You want a wet dream, not a brown dream.
yeah! With people saying, yeah, me too. You're not alone. Hashtag me poo. So anyway, yeah. But again, these are the lengths to which people will go to lose weight quickly. And you can't blame them. Because if somebody's like, hey, this is the Holy Grail, right? They've been talking about this forever, decades. If we can ever find something that people can take or inject and they'll lose weight, you know, it's like, no wonder every company now is racing to get these. The companies that were racing to get their boner pills 20 years ago, companies that were racing to get their COVID vaccine 2 years ago, are now like, hey,
billionaires, dude.
didn't lose enough weight from COVID?
Everyone gained weight from COVID.
Not your dad.
No, he finally hit his goal weight.
He died.
Hey.
Alan. He died. Just the way you said it, so matter-of-factly. He died. Yeah.
But he did.
He did. And now
That
he's
is a
skinnier.
matter of fact.
And now he's skinnier. So, we're both right.
Both right. There are no losers in this conversation. We're both right. Yeah, people gained weight because they were at home eating, not
Right.
because of COVID. But people who got COVID and got it, an awful, version of it because they were already out of shape, lost some weight. Most common side effect of these kinds of drugs, obviously, is nausea. But, boy, nothing will make you more nauseous than crap in the bed.
And waking up to a load of
Oh,
dump in
oh
your...
my God.
Uh-huh.
Why is this so wet? It's so wet and milky.
I have dreams where I'm like afraid I'm gonna poop my pants. Like I've had a few of those lately, and I don't wake up.
Why do you think
I
that
wonder what
is?
they
I don't know.
mean.
I don't know. Look it up.
I'm gonna look.
Wait. In the dream, you poop your pants, or
Yeah.
the dream is you're afraid you're going to poop your pants?
In the dream, I poop my pants.
Oh, it happens.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. What do pooping pants nightmares mean? Lack of privacy and stability, but also some repulsive habits you are trying to conceal from others.
Like waffle stomping.
I pooped my pants. I ate too much corn.
Most likely, these tendencies have to do with money and potential financial loss. Are you a gambling addict?
Are you
I am
pooping
not.
money?
Do you have a
Try not
propensity
to.
for impulsive shopping?
I mean, if I
Mr.
have
Shoe Man?
shoes, I have too much shoes. Okay, I can see that there was some ups and downs financially last month, so
I
maybe
don't
that
know.
has something to do with it.
And frankly, I don't know that there's anything too many shoes, because if you have more than one pair, you have too many. So, but it would be silly. Most people don't just have one pair of shoes. So that's a real sliding scale.
Bill has like 100.
You guys.
Yes, I just have
When the
100.
diarrhea comes out like a hot snake.
I just have 100 pairs of
You
shoes.
don't have more than 100 pairs of shoes. You have 200 pairs of shoes?
He's got more than 100.
I got more than 100.
Somewhere, what, 150? Ballpark it. Bill, that's
Yeah, it's somewhere.
my
around
annual
there.
salary's worth of shoes.
Make more money. You give
That's
it to
good.
me.
It's yours. You know what I mean? Do whatever you want with your money.
Come on, whiz bang.
If a man dreams about pooping his pants in an unfamiliar place, is it an unfamiliar place or a familiar place where you
I
poop
think
your
your pants is an unfamiliar place to poop.
Are they your pants or someone else's pants?
They're my pants. I'm pooping my own pants.
It's like the old joke.
I don't
hey,
know.
also crap my pants.
I can't remember the details of the dream
Now,
that
wait
well.
a minute. Hold on. It says this predicts a loss of a large amount. What you told me in the break. Maybe it was predicting it.
Oh.
What did he tell you in the break?
Don't worry about it.
You mentioned it.
It's some off-air stuff.
But she just mentioned it.
I know, but I'm just trying to bring.
I'm off having a pish. You guys are telling secrets.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You're not part of the
Son of
secret
a
squad.
Bitch.
Because your secrets suck.
You know what? It's
Because
okay.
you come in and you go, hey guys, not for air, but I ate half a bagel this morning.
That's true. Thanks,
like-
Mary.
And we're like, hey, corn bagels, breaking all the rules.
God, she just.
I
couldn't-
kept it to us. I didn't. Don't get mad at me.
I need
She's the one
We
that
are experiencing
Jesus Christ.
technical
old bagel mouth over there, just a whole flapping.
Can't tell her. Oh, I just need to. Hold on.
Yeah, I think it could be related to that though.
It probably is.
We will return to our regularly scheduled program momentarily. Please stay tuned.
You can't be that mad at me.
We expect to resume normal broadcasting shortly.
If I wanted people to know that I was eating a half a bagel, Mary, I would tell them myself.
Okay.
God bless.
You would never
Gesundheit.
admit to it.
To eating a
So
half
I
a
had
bagel.
to expose you. Now you're going to dream of pooping your pants because you feel exposed or robbed of protection and privacy.
I mean, I have crapped my pants. We've all told those stories. I crapped my pants in a Dick's Sporting Goods parking lot in Arlington Heights, Illinois, coming back from an appearance.
I pooped my pants on the way to a gig in upstate New York and had to throw my underwear away behind the toilet.
I did
Because it was so busy in there, I couldn't even get it to a garbage can, so I just had to leave it in the stall.
Good for you.
And it was not good. And then I almost pooped my pants
men's
again.
stalls don't have garbage disposals.
No.
That's for
'Cause,
tampons.
like, yeah, I was gonna say just put it in the tampon box. What are you doing? I've
And
done
then-
that at a Panera before.
This is in 2009. There ain't no tampon box in the men's room back then.
Yeah, it's not gender neutral.
Mhm.
Well, yeah. So you end up making. Did you like put it in the tank? Was it like an upper decker?
No,
with
because
your
it's the
crappy
ones
underwear?
where it's just
making
right
poop
into
tea?
the wall. So like there wasn't even a tank to hide it in or anything. So it was just I just put it behind the toilet. It's like the ones that we have in this building, and it was rough. And then I got to the hotel and was still like a photo finish checking in, and there was a golf tournament that weekend. So there's 30 people in line in front of us, and I'm like, is there a bathroom in the lobby?
I have to take care of this.
I have something I need to do. That was a rough day. Good show though.
Pooping pants notwithstanding.
But the poop dreams
Yeah,
they stop.
Poop Dreams, one of my favorite documentaries of all time.
Yeah.
What else does it
Great
say, Mary?
soundtrack.
There's a bunch of different sites, but they're all kind of giving mixed signals. Some are
Doesn't every dream book say the same thing for
No, they
every
don't.
dream? It means loss of secrets, or
No,
you're
'cause this
scared
one
about.
says-
What does it mean if all my teeth fall out? It means loss of secrets,
No,
and
that's
you're scared
usually
that-
a narcissism thing.
What about when I poop my pants? It means loss of secrets, and
Well, this one says because there was the significant loss, or like, you might be an addict spending too much money. But then some of them say it points to wisdom. You have attained a high level of authority and power. You are shielding yourself from the world.
That's what it is. I got all this wisdom. It's coming out all my orifices.
It's coming out everywhere.
Yeah,
There's
too
nothing
much
you can do
wisdom
about
in
it.
my body.
But then another one
you're a
says
poop genius.
Another one says dreams of poop are a sign of good luck and prosperity. It can be
Right, so anything could mean anything, is what you're saying.
getting rid of emotional waste.
Yeah.
A nightmare of pooping your pants. You've had a long-standing desire to eliminate something from your life.
This is what the Waste Management Podcast should be with you and Brian.
We should have. It
The
should have been
Poop
episode 1.
Dictionary.
But then this one, labexcortex.com says it connotes. Is that a word?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
It connotes a negative meaning.
Mm-hmm.
It's embarrassment in your life.
Well, that's vague.
I mean,
I'm sure I have
most
plenty of
dreams
that.
are pretty vague.
Yeah.
You're feeling
Well, not
embarrassed.
his. He's pooping his pants. He's
Pooping
worried he's
my
going to poop
pants.
his pants. In these dreams.
It could be a sign of inner strength in spiritual assistance.
I think it's I'm just
Sign
like
of inner strength.
I got all this
Not
strength and
Kegel
wisdom.
strength.
Yeah, I got all this strength and wisdom, and that's where it all comes down to.
Well, so those are your options. You
Mm-hmm.
spend too much money, you're trying to eliminate something big from your life, or you are sexually stunted and fearful of physical intimacy.
Nailed it. I can't believe I'm not crapping my pants all the time.
That one's from antiflow.com/dream dictionary.
/ It's not on the main anti-flow page. You
Yeah,
got to
you
go
gotta
into
dig a little bit.
Yep, there's a
These are
branch
great.
on that URL.
These are very funny. Oh, another one denotes that your family and friends are growing weary of you and the way that you treat them.
I can't believe I'm not crapping my pants all the time. I
That
mean,
one
all
is
of this
A
in
to
my
Z-
dreams.
A to Z dreammeaning.com. These are all very reputable sources, by the way.
I did have a huge cry in my dream last night.
Oh, okay, here we go. What?
I was just sobbing because I was back. For some reason, I was with a group of
Because
people.
I pooped your pants.
You had pooped my pants.
That's
yes.
my wisdom.
And I only had one pair. And I took them out. And I go, who?
Damn it, Bill!
Bill pooped my pants!
Who wisdomed all over my shorts?
If you see yourself crying in a dream, then it could mean that you wish to express your feelings
I don't ever
to
do
someone or people in general.
I
Wait a
don't
minute.
ever
Wait
wish
a
to
minute.
express-
This could be suppressed grief or
Oh,
anger.
yeah, maybe. We
This
were
could be
watching
about your dad.
We were watching Succession, and I
dating.
was getting a little teary because it was the Logan Roy's funeral. Yeah. But no, I was sobbing in this dream because for some reason I was with a group of people and I was back on campus. I was
Ooh,
at
in
my
college.
alma mater, and I was walking around, and for some reason I was just crushed at the passage of time, and I haven't been back on campus where I went to college since I left. So it's like, I don't know why that was so sad to me in the dream, but maybe it is suppressed grief.
That could happen. That stuff will
Yeah.
mess you up, man. Well, this one says your Chinese.
I mean, I know that legit. I know that I still haven't dealt with my dad dying.
Oh, that's probably
and
what
it's
it is
almost
then.
a year. Yeah.
I was having that conversation with my sister the other day because she's been having some issues lately, and I said, "Dude, you haven't thought about dad dying in 2.5 years." So I know he's dead. I said, "Well, that's very different, knowing that someone is dead."
Well, some people, they'll tell you, some people never deal with it.
Right.
Some people never process it. Some people never. I'm hoping, and I don't know what that looks like, so I'm hoping it will just happen to me.
I think that's something you got to seek out. I mean,
guess.
everybody's different, but I've been going to therapy for over a year, and then a month ago, we hit this breakthrough where I'm crying and I'm talking about my dad dying, and I said the phrase out loud, "I haven't felt like myself since he's died," and I didn't realize that that's what was going on inside, and I probably would have never gotten to the point of saying that out loud unless I was in therapy. You know?
Yeah, it'll be a year in a couple of weeks.
How you feeling?
Huh?
You're crying in dreams. I mean,
Crying in dreams. Well, it's better to look good than to feel good, Bill. So at least
That's
I ain't
not
crying in real
what
life.
it is.
Hey,
Is
I've
that
got to
why
take
you
a
wear a
break.
jacket?
Yeah. Hey, Ice Nine Kills. You into that band? You into August Burns Red? You into Veil of Maya? All of them are coming to do a show in August at the Agora. And if you dig that vibe, I'll have a couple of tickets for you coming back.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
AccessDay.com to register to receive reminders for when all of the deals and experiences go live on June 1st.
It's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox gives stuff away.
All right, if you're a fan of our new metal show, 2 hours to midnight, you are going to dig this show, Ice Nine Kills, with special guests August Burns Red and Veil of Maya. Do you like your metal with a lot of horror movie drops? Well, you're in luck. Ice Nine Kills from Boston, Mass. It's coming through to hook you up. The whole thing goes down at the world-famous Agora on Wednesday night, August the 9th. Tickets info, everything else at axs.com. Car 10, these tickets are yours. Last pair this week. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome back.
Local DJ and all-around female orgasm denier, Alan Cox.
This is the Alan Cox Show
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192 if you want to send a text. If you're watching live at AlanCoxShow.com, thank you to Gregonery Peaver. Gregonery.
Yeah.
Wow. That is wild. Gregonery Peaver. Thank you so much. No Guardians baseball tonight. They are licking their wounds still from that 6-0 final here at home against the White Sox. They will stay at home and gear up for the Cardinals of St. Louis tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. 7:10 is your first pitch tomorrow. And then Memorial Day proper, they will head off to Baltimore to play the Orioles. And then they'll go up to play the Twins. And then they'll come back home to host the Boston Red Sox. Corey Kluber, former Indian, not having a good time, by the way, with the Boston Red Sox. They signed him to a one-year deal, but paid him a lot of money, and he's flopping hard. So, like, they pulled him out of the starting rotation.
Check's still clear, though.
Yeah, they do.
Pay him
But
that money.
I know, but it's got to suck when somebody gives you, like, a deal because you're hot. And then you get there, and, I mean, everybody gets cold. But, man,
Still
as a
early.
as a
Still early.
competitor, I know, as a competitor and as an athlete, you got to be like, oh, my God, this sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you get paid, and again, he's not on, it's $10 million a year, right, for 1 year. See how he could do. But if you're one of these guys that signs like an 8 years, $450 million deal, it's great if you get in there and just start murdering, like as advertised. But if you get the yips,
I mean, if the money's guaranteed,
I know.
Yeah, you're gonna feel like, bummer. But
yeah,
I'll
drive home in my
taking the
Ferrari.
money, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe having some poop dreams, but I'm still going to cash the checks.
Oh, boy. I do love, you have to be very careful in any area of broadcasting, right? You have to make sure that you're articulating properly. The SEC baseball tournament is in full swing. It says Auburn, my dad's alma mater, War Eagle, facing Vanderbilt. This was last night. Very exciting. Vandy wins 6-4, but the guy calling the game kind of flubbed a little bit and had to catch himself.
We can't turn the we can't turn the clock back. I know it's after midnight. We can't turn the clock back and turn it back into the mid-'80s.
Mm-hmm. You can't do that. Boy,
you
I'll
can
tell
if
you
you
what.
head to Geraci's. It's got 80s vibes all through it.
Yeah, delicious. So you can't turn the clock back. Is of course what he was trying to say. You got to be careful trying to turn that clock back.
We can't turn the we can't turn the clock back.
The other guy's like, "Whoa, what's happening here?" Poundcake, have you see about the Black Dictionary? Is this on your radar at all?
The Black Dictionary?
Yeah, the first African-American dictionary.
I thought we already had this. The Urban
I
Dictionary?
thought there
Didn't we
was
invent
too, but I was reading an article about the Oxford Dictionary.
Well, if it's the Black Dictionary, it's Oxford.
Oxford. The Oxford Dictionary of African American English. This feels like echoes of Ebonics 25 years ago.
Yeah, right.
Let me ask you a question.
Harvard University and Oxford University Press have collaborated, and they're going to publish the first 1,000 words in 2025. it focuses solely on words with African American origins. So the entries are like, and again, so much of it is slang. You know, slang works its way into any dictionary. But bussin' is going to be in there. Grill.
I think this is going to...
Cakewalk. Is cakewalk black slang? Man, that's a cakewalk. Does it mean something different now?
I don't think so.
Maybe the origins of it is something.
I'm appealing to the black half of you. The white half is as clueless as I am.
Well, I am clueless, but also I understand
Okay.
I sympathize with the struggle of black people, but I can't necessarily say I relate because I've always been like, quote unquote, passing my entire life.
See, this is why I think you relate more, because you're not. You said it. You're not black enough for black people. You're not white enough for white people.
My race is not black nor white. My race is biracial. That is what I relate to. Because black people won't get it. They be like, "Oh, you don't have no struggle."
No, but
white people be like,
here's what I never understood. The way you describe it is, or the way people treat you, I should say. I think you're describing it accurately. The way people treat you. I never understood why, instead of biracial, meaning you identify with both, people treat biracial like you can't identify with either.
But
like it negates both of them rather than amplifying both.
That's because there's colorism on both sides.
I understand that.
So that in a perfect world, yeah, I would be able to relate to both. But because there is,
but you
both sides
literally
are treated-
can. I don't know why people treat biracial people like you think that they'd be like, here's somebody that's got way more information than I do.
Yes, but different races are treated differently, and that is the reason why the struggle exists. Like color-wise, yes, I understand the slang, I understand the music and the cookouts and all that stuff. I get that part. Those are all the good things about being black. You feel a part of a community. Also, white, you feel less oppression. You feel more, I guess, adapted to society. I guess you don't have to worry. I don't have to worry about getting pulled over and
Yeah, but you do because you look black.
Some people would disagree with you on that.
The black people would disagree with me on that.
There are days,
but the white people absolutely wouldn't disagree. What I'm saying, and obviously I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I'm just saying that
it's like the houseboy syndrome.
How you look is how people react initially. So if you go, I'm biracial, everybody's going to have their takes on that. But as far as like using the example of getting pulled over, being half white isn't going to help you in that situation.
I'm saying black people know that I'm not fully black. White people don't even think I'm black. They think I could be Italian, I'm Latino. They don't immediately go to he's biracial.
I see what you mean.
I'm not automatically black. I'm a person of color to white people.
A POC.
Black people are like
POS.
He's like
that's you and me. That's not
And so like that's how it's kind of been my entire life. My brother looks darker than I am. He is not considered passing. He looks like a black man.
Yeah. I wonder why that is.
And I'm considered passing because I have my features are a lot lighter. I have my dad's hair, and then I don't know why I just look a lighter complexion, and I carry myself differently. My brother carries himself like a black man, and he looks like a black man. So my black side of the family, which I was raised by, they always looked at him. They're like, okay, now you watch how your brother, and this wasn't.
Oh God, they were trying to get you to take black lessons from your brother.
No, they weren't. They were telling my brother, look how trying to show like the racial differences. Look how Cody is treated.
Mm-hmm.
Look how they treat Cody versus you, and you'll see the difference. And
was that ever either spoken or not? Was that ever a source of resentment on your brother's part?
No, because we were both born to the same mother. We just couldn't help it. We got different genes. But
no, I know. But I mean, if you were treated differently outwardly, I wonder if that would be. I don't know.
Well, no, because
I'm projecting a lot. I don't know.
If it wasn't toward my brother and I never had that because he knows that I can't help it. But I do things and not realizing it. Like he'd be like, "That's some white stuff," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "You're white, so you don't realize you're privileged." I'm like, "Oh." I get it. He was like, yeah, you do stuff like that because you're white.
What, the Pee Wee Herman laugh?
Just whatever. I have mostly white friends, and then my black girlfriends are white. I've dated,
and you have mostly white boyfriends too.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's a source from like all my black family members. They have dated black women,
right?
Except my brother. But then again, he's.
You should show them and start dating a black woman.
Or a white woman.
That would surprise them.
You just made a mess.
That would, I date a black woman. They're like, he's straight and he's down with the swirl?
Yup.
That's so funny.
See, that's his butch laugh. Work the butch laugh out more.
That's so funny. Yeah, so it's just like.
All right. Well, anyway, 2025 is when the African American Dictionary is going to be dropped. They have dropped the first 10 terms so far: bussin', grill, promised land, chitlins, kitchen. You know what that is? It's your hair back there.
See, if
your kitchen. You got your kitchen straight?
I knew that one, but I feel like this is going to do more harm than good because first of all, black people already know what type of they don't like people taking their terms because they feel like when white people repeat it, they're trying to like mock them or something. I remember when I was younger, my brother used to get so mad.
Dude, that's cap.
No, but some of these are, man, Aunt Hagar's children. You got to be a history or divinity major to even know that.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, black people don't need it in a dictionary. We have a slang of our own, and that's why it's called slang. Like, I first read...
Maybe this is to help people who aren't... I don't know.
I first read about ebonics in college, and I was like, what is that? What is ebonics? And I was reading, like, the slang that we used to, like, talk about. Like, we used to use these slangs, and seeing it in a history book just was weird because you're reading it incorrectly, like the way it would be said. So it was just odd. When we would see bad kids, we'd be like, oh, look at those Bebe's kids over there. I saw Bebe's kids.
Robin Harris.
Based off of like the TV. I was like, oh my God, Bebe's kids is in here. My brother used to get so mad because there was a Disney Channel show called Danny Phantom. And in Danny Phantom, he had a black friend. And she'd be like, yeah, I mean, I be kicking. He was like, oh my gosh, this show is racist. Because why whenever they have like a black friend in there, they're always talking like, yeah, man, we about to go home, kick it in the club, or like, man, I'm going to the crib.
What do you think is a good representation of a black character on a cartoon show?
This one.
Oh, you just made a mess.
That's actually me imitating a white woman. I don't know. Is it how many black?
Tucker Foley was the kid on Danny Phantom.
Gerald from.
No, I'm talking. It's Danny Phantom's friend, like his black.
Yeah.
She's a girl, and she has like black hair, and she's like, man, let's get
I thought
out
he
here.
just had I thought his black friend was a boy on that show.
No, it's a girl.
Was it Gerald from Hey Arnold?
Gerald from Hey Arnold was actually pretty cool. He was the cool kid, actually.
Yeah. What about
Franklin from Snoopy?
Now,
Skeeter from Doug.
There you go.
Skeeter from Doug was cool, but
even though he was blue.
I was like, he was blue.
He was blue, but he is black.
And see, they
Patty Mayonnaise is black too.
We enjoyed the Proud Family because it was diverse. They had the wide range of the family. They had, the crazy dad who was black, and then the Gross sisters were so black that they were blue and they were bullies. Dijonay and all of her sisters, BB and Cece.
Who was the girl on? She was like Angelica's rival, and she was a black girl, but she was like the older on Rugrats.
Susie.
Was it Susie?
It was Susie. And Susie was smart too. I like it when they have those, but it's just really weird when they have these cartoon characters speak in slang, and I'm like, did they catch up on this character? Did they read about this character? And they're like, oh, I can't wait to bring this character to life, man. They're around
the Boondocks.
Yeah, but that's done by a famous actress.
No, I know.
And that's not for kids either.
No,
I love the Boondocks though. Gay. Pause. You gay.
Boondocks is one of those shows. Boondocks is one of those shows that you can laugh so hard at, but you're also like, I feel terrible right now.
I've never seen that.
Oh,
you haven't? It was a comic book, and then they animated it.
If you watch one episode, watch either the R. Kelly episode where he's like, R. Kelly ain't Martin Luther King. We understand that they put innocent black men in jail, but R. Kelly is not that N-word. R. Kelly is not him. And then, or you can watch the Grandpa is Dating a Hoe episode. She was like, I'm a hoe. What do you mean? And Cat Williams makes an appearance there. So I'm cool if black people are all playing the episodes, but I don't want one token black character in a cartoon and then they say slang. That pisses me off.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah, because it's like they've reserved all of that for that one character.
They're like, okay, hey, I heard this word on 6th Avenue when I was like driving past today. Why don't you bring this into the character? I feel like it's like a white producer coming in and telling them to say stuff. I'm like, let a black person do that and actually talk like a black person and not what they studied at, Juilliard or whatever.
I just remember when I was a kid, X-Men was probably my favorite comic. I was reading a lot of comics at any given time. And I had such a huge crush on Storm, who was a black woman from Africa or something like that. But the cartoon characters and the comic book characters of black people at the time were essentially like, they weren't like that. It was more like they were regal and they were descended from African royalty. And so it was very kind of, you weren't getting like that stereotypical vibe from them, how they were written, how they were acted out. That's why the Boondocks was so funny when it came along, because it was so different than all that other stuff. Eddie Murphy had a cartoon called The PJs. Remember that?
Yeah, it was
a
stop
long
motion,
time ago.
yeah.
Yeah, it was like, yeah. But that was kind of along those lines, too. But the African-American dictionary is going to drop in 2025. I mean, Ebonics started in, like, the early 70s.
That's when they
So
started
I wasn't
studying
sure
it.
why, like, the mid-90s was when it got to be. I know there were a couple of school boards that had adopted it in the mid-90s, but it had been around for, like, 20 years. I wasn't sure why it got to be. I guess that was just its time. I don't know. Oh, got a burp there.
My bad. Okay, so it wasn't Danny Phantom. It was American Dragon, and the girl's name was Trixie.
American Dragon?
It was American Dragon on Nickelodeon. The girl's name was Trixie, and she had, like, puffballs, and she had, like, her shirt. She was wearing, like, a I don't know, whatever, a cut-off T-shirt, a tank top.
Oh, okay.
And she always like, hey, man, let's go to the crib. Like, she would talk so stereotypical.
To the A, to the K, to the... Yeah, Professor Rockwood. This is mythology class up in here, right? So how can you know about the size of a dragon's brain? I mean, elves, unicorns, this stuff isn't even really real, yo.
Yes, yeah, well, this is certainly the prevailing belief now, isn't it,
AOJ.
See? It's so
Yeah.
stereotypical. He was like, I can't watch this show. It makes me so mad.
Dude, it's crackalating, baby.
What's crackalating? Wow.
And plus, it was an Asian guy talking about American Dragon. Like, that was the name of the TV show.
Yo, what's up, Trixie? Spud? We cruising over to Washington Park right about now. We're gonna shred some serious asphalt. Last time we hit that place, Spud got a concussion. Yeah, whatever. So what up? You in or are you in?
All right, there you go. I've never even heard of American Dragon.
I haven't either.
Shows of my childhood.
Guess so.
So
That wasn't Cardi B.
no. Yeah, young Cardi B.
I thought it was current Cardi B.
I got to take a break. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192 to get me there. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. Hey, the Buzzard Brew. We're going to be talking about this a lot because we're very excited about it. It's been a few years since we've dropped a WMMS Buzzard beer. The Brew Kettle has put together the Rockin' Buzzard Brew. It's classic American Pilsner for you beer aficionados. And we're going to tap the inaugural keg next Thursday. We're going to be set up at the Brew Kettle Pub out in Strongsville. Gesundheit.
Sorry, thank you.
Mary's positively verklempt. She's so excited.
Yes.
From 5 to 8, I'm going to head down there after the show. But if you want to get there early, MMS will be posted up starting at 5 o'clock. The Rockin' Buzzard Brew is about to be released, right? So we'll roll it out next Thursday, but then it will be available everywhere. Everywhere Brew Kettle beers are sold, you'll be able to see it and buy it. It'll also be on draft all throughout Northeast Ohio. And so very excited about it. But if you want to join us next Thursday for that first go-round, I'll be at Brew Kettle Pub in Strongsville, 5 to 8. I'll head down there after the show if you want to hang out for a bit. But it's going to look sweet. It's going to taste awesome. 5.3% alcohol by volume. Is that a lot?
Nope.
Listen, that means you can just drink more of them and still have a great time and be upright the entire time. So look for that wherever. Also, Guardians are off tonight. They're playing tomorrow night, though. Still here at home against St. Louis Cardinals. I was reading about how, and again, I thought they had this all figured out. I was reading about how they might have to change the Washington Commanders' name.
Again?
Because their trademark application was denied. Like, you don't have that figured out? They had that figured out before they renamed the Guardians, renamed the Indians, right? The Commanders may need another rebrand after their trademark application was denied.
There is
what?
One of my favorite episodes of Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt is when they're talking about how there's a whole season, like the arc is getting the Redskins to change their name, and they finally
this is on
get
the show.
them, on the show, and they finally get them to change the name, and the reason they change the name is because they change it so people will protest them, so they'll buy jerseys and burn them. So instead of someone buying one jersey and having it for 20 years, they'll buy a new jersey every week to burn it at a protest, and they become the Washington Gun Takers.
I do like that.
It's like the Washington Gun Takers. It's all the names of the teams are hilarious.
Yeah. Well, anyway, they were the Washington Redskins, right? In the beginning of last year, or the year before that, they were the Washington football team because they're like, all right, well, we don't know what we're going to be called yet. And then they roll out, we're the Washington Commanders. And now they might have to change their name again because the application for the trademark for the name Commanders was denied by the U.S. Patent Office.
That's so funny.
Previous trademarks.
Here's the other teams from that episode. The Jacksonville Hillarys.
Yeah, there you go.
Kansas City Islams. The Houston WNBAs. The Dallas Piano Lessons. The Tennessee Bath Lovers, and then it was the Atlanta Vaccinators and the Chicago Interracial Marriages.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Sounds very much of the moment. That show's been off for a couple of years, right?
Yeah, and then, I mean, this is 2018 when they made this episode, and it was still, like...
Pre-COVID.
The Seattle raisins that you think are chocolate chips.
A little clunky, but you're going to get people burning those jerseys.
Yeah.
The application was denied for two reasons. The Commanders Classic is an annual football game between the Army and the Air Force. And previous trademarks for the Washington Space Commanders and the Washington Wolf Commanders those trademarks were already bought or posted by a guy who lives in D.C. So they said they could conceivably get the trademark for the Commanders.
Well, there was that little hang up with the Guardians with the the Derby team, remember?
Oh, right. That's right. Well, remember early on where they were floating Citizens? I think it was a diversionary tactic to get people away from, kind of in your Kimmy Schmidt version there.
Mm-hmm.
Very early on when they were starting to talk about changing the name, and they floated Citizens, or something went viral where they were trying to make people believe that that was going to be the name. And people were like, that's stupid, that's ridiculous, that'll never fly. And then, of course, they changed it to the Guardians, named after traffic statues.
That are very important to us.
That is a lateral move from Citizens. But clearly they were looking for something that A, hadn't been taken, or B, couldn't possibly offend anyone. So under those criteria, Citizens would have been chef's kiss. Because who's going to get mad at that? Let's just make it so flat and bland that nobody will get upset. We got a call from Dustin.
It's Dustin.
It does. On the After Hours line, it's 216-986-8903.
Alan, it's Dustin down here in Georgia. Hell, I'm sorry, man. I ain't called y'all in a while. Been busy. Alan, it's Dustin down here in Georgia. Hell, I'm sorry, man. I ain't called y'all in a while. Been busy being the dad and having a full-time job. Anyways, y'all talking about Wegovy. Let me tell you this. I got mine for $100 for 5 milligrams. And let me just go ahead and tell you that Wegovy and Ozempic is a brand name. You know, you can get semaglutide in the U.S. legally without a prescription. It's perfectly legal. It's considered a peptide. And research labs sell it like candy. You know, they have to market it as for research purposes only. But I'm telling you, man, I've taken 2 shots already, and, you know, I'm starting low, so I haven't noticed too many side effects, but there are cheaper alternatives, man. I'm telling you. See y'all later. Bye.
All right, so Dustin's not crapping the bed yet at night.
Not yet.
That's good news. All right. Yeah, no, listen, but the reason that people are making appointments with doctors to get the name brand stuff is precisely that reason. You can practically get this crap on Amazon, but it's like the girls who are buying like Chinese Botox on Amazon because it's cheap, and then their forehead explodes. Like, you want to know what's going into your body. And so, yeah, you can legally get all that stuff if you want to shoot it into your ass.
It's the same people go to Mexico to get plastic surgery.
Well, that involves a trip. This is just going on the Amazon app and going, ooh, let's see where I can get my semi-gluten.
Botox in the mail?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
That's why they're like warning people. They're like, the funny bus last night, a couple of the people that were on, one of them was a dentist who administers Botox. And he's like, you got to be
into your mouth, into your gums?
No.
Need those puffy gums?
No, it's like a dentist is a doctor. I mean, you can administer that stuff, I guess. Or whatever certification you have to get to be an authorized Botox dealer. I don't know what they call them, but
I think they're called dealers.
Right. Well, so it's a drug. So they're a lot of people are circumventing that for the price point of buying that crap on Amazon. But 90% of everything on Amazon now is from overseas. So let's say you're getting a pair of pants and they turn out to be from China or Japan. Worst problem you're going to have is that the sizing's way off.
Yeah.
But if you have Botox or peptides, I think I would go, and again, that's why they're expensive. So he's right. Dustin's right. You can get cheap versions of that stuff, but is that what you want to mess with? Something that you inject? I don't know where they inject it. Your stomach? I don't know where they inject that stuff.
The throat.
The tip
ass.
of the penis.
What if you don't have a penis?
Well, they will make you one. It's 2023, and they will inject it into that.
You gotta have something inject it into the penis, and the penis will inject it into you.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. We're going to dinner tonight, by the way.
Where?
I'm starting to get around the corner, a buddy of ours is in town for work from Detroit. He and his family just moved back to Detroit from Denver. They've been in Denver for about 10 years. And they just moved back to Detroit. And he hit us up. He goes, hey, I'm going to be in town for work. Let's go have dinner. So we're just going to go somewhere in East 4th here. I don't know where. I feel bad. I have no experience, even though it's right around the corner, with these places on East 4th.
What you haven't made reservations or anything? What are you looking to eat?
I don't know. We'll probably go to like Butcher and Brewer. Isn't that over here?
They got a lot of really good, like, if you're a sharing guy, like small appetizers.
Do they have salads?
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
yeah.
that's what I'll want. But
you're so boring.
Huh? Well, I mean,
why don't you come to Bill's show tonight in Tremont at the High and Dry? Take him there for dinner.
Dinner at High and Dry?
They got good food. They have really
Because
good
he's
food.
staying right downtown. We're not going to go to Tremont.
Doesn't matter.
Take him to Geraci's. Get a slice.
Oh, get a slice. Ride a bird scooter into
Yeah,
Tremont.
there you go. There's a lot of people, on the Funny Bus last night, a lot of people are zipping around on downtown scooters in Tremont, Ohio
Oh, yeah.
City. They're really taking those out there.
I see them all the time.
They're brave.
Piled up right on 117th.
Yeah.
Where it shuts
Where
off.
they shut off, yeah.
So do they have them like geo-fenced?
Yeah.
You can only take them
City
out
of
so
Cleveland.
far.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love that. And I love how they're like, hey, and then they just have to like jump off and then walk the rest of the way. Do they not know that? Because then.
Probably not.
Well, I don't think they care if they get to somewhere and then they just figure, I'll throw the scooter wherever.
Yes, but
that just seems like a
chances
bad business plan for those scooter companies.
Yeah, they just run around and pick them up and charge
Yeah,
them.
they have people that charge them. But I'm saying chances are if they're on that scooter, they were heading towards Lakewood, they were going into Lakewood, so they didn't plan for if they didn't know.
Yeah,
that,
they probably didn't know it was going to shut off.
So they're like pissed. Like,
Yeah, but don't you just get an Uber back to where you can? I mean, you're right, it's a hassle, but yeah.
Dude, I can't get. I have PTSD from getting on those scooters. I can't get.
I haven't been on one in Cleveland yet. I've been in other places, but I see people zipping around. I go, God, that looks like a good time. I mean, I've been on them before, but I just haven't. We're downtown now. I should be getting on one and zipping around, but I haven't yet.
I didn't know till today there is a burrito place around the corner from here over on Superior and a little bodega type thing, which is very handy.
Over here on the east side?
Yeah, we're here on the east side, over on East 6th in Superior.
It is east side.
Yeah.
It's not the north side.
Is that where you got your burrito?
Yeah.
Oh.
How late is that pizza place open, by the way?
It closes as soon as you get there.
What, the Dracy's? Isn't there hook it's late night?
Yeah, it's like.
Or is that only when there's like ball games?
I mean, I imagine it's dependent on there being people downtown, but yeah, I think they're open till late.
I mean, there's always people downtown.
Well, people trying to get pizza.
There's always people. Geraci's Slice Shop says closes at midnight.
There you go.
There you go. Midnight. Friday and Saturday, 1 a.m., everybody. You want a late night slice? We're going to give Edison's a run for their money. So, yeah, I haven't gotten over there yet. But we're not going to take our friend from out of town to go get a piece of pizza.
Where's he here from?
Detroit.
Detroit. So Detroit doesn't even have good pizza.
Shut up, Mary. Yeah. All right.
Oh.
Poundcake is
I've been
rubbing
up
off
since
on her.
9.
I know. I don't know how you're doing
God,
it,
I'm
right?
dying.
Don't know how you're doing
I'm
it.
getting what?
Poundcake singing for Genesis. Up since 9 a.m. How are you doing it?
Getting
How are you alive
my
and awake?
second wind sillies are coming through.
Wow.
My second wind sillies.
You ever get those right before bed where you just you gotta
No.
say some weird things and run around and show your butt off?
I mean, I
Just
do
me?
that in
I
general.
do that when I come down from caffeine.
Right before bed for like the
Shows
last
his butt.
week. Brian's been real annoyed with me. I'll be in bed and I'll be jumping around.
He's mad you're
and
showing your butt?
Pull my butt out and show my boobs. But he's like trying to go to bed and I'm like running around the house like a dog with the zoomies. I'm just, I don't
That's
know.
how you know you've been in a relationship for a while. When your girl is showing her butt and boobs and you're like,
You're
I'm
like, I'm
trying to sleep.
But it's not a cute way.
Yeah.
I'm like pulling my shirt over my head like a toddler. Just like,
It's still
"Hey,
boobs. Who
baby,
cares?
Baby, look at my rack. Like that.
The rack again.
The rack, half rack.
My rack.
Gwen gets annoyed with me because like anytime like she'll be getting out of the shower, I'll be in the hallway or something like, yeah.
Yeah.
She'll be like, all right. All right, sorry.
That's me to Brian.
I like button boobs.
He'll be like, I'll come home from work and I'll hear him in the shower. And I'll go in, I'll be like, hey, you in the shower? And he's like, yeah. I'll be like, are you naked? He's like, get out of here. What is wrong with you? I'm like, all right, Brian, show me your penis. You
Right.
have to. He's like, well, get away from me. I'm going to start locking the door.
Fine with me.
He likes privacy.
I get it, but like I was getting out of the shower and Gwen was coming in the bathroom and she full on just grabs my junk.
Yeah, that's
and I
what
go,
you should do.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. There it is, baby.
Give me it. And you just hold it and you say, okay, thank you. And walk
Squeaky
away.
clean.
Yeah.
See, I'm at the point now, and I know this is still fairly new, but I can pee. I'm not pee shy really in front of anybody, but especially if I'm in a relationship. So I pee with the door open, and he does not. I'm like, you're just going to pee, and you're going to go through all the trouble of closing the door. He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, fine.
There's nothing wrong with it.
And then I just go in there, and then when he closes it, I open it and peek through a little bit.
Just looking at it?
I was like, I see.
Well, you know why I used to do that? I used to shut the door because I had such a wide splash
What?
that the back of the door, Mary, would be just so wet. And I didn't
Gross.
want anybody to be
How
upset.
close is your toilet to the door?
Oh, it's across the room.
Oh, 6, 7
But I had
feet.
such a wide splash. Yeah.
Powerful stream.
Very. Oh, God, it's like a fire hose. And
he's got a large hole. his pee hole. It's like one of those.
It's like this. It's like my my Yeti. Yeah.
Well, it's like one of those boba tea straws.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I would not.
Getting all my tapioca out.
That would make me throw
chunky.
Well, listen, I had to, when I got snipped, I asked Dr. Berglund to tighten it up a little bit because, like I said, the back of our bathroom door, I would just have to constantly be toweling it off.
Yeah.
Because
And
I was
that's
like,
annoying.
oh, damn me and my wide splash. It was just terrible. And it's just one of those things you never notice until you're cohabiting with somebody, and then you go, holy cow, honey.
Oh, is this not normal?
What happened? Is it not supposed to do that, or... And I was a grown man before one of my girlfriends said, point it more into the toilet. And I said, oh.
Why don't you start peeing sitting down?
And don't
Listen,
wiggle
well,
it.
I'll
He
do that
did,
sometime.
actually,
I
yeah.
did, yeah.
You push it-
He's a nighttime peer.
I'm a
sitter-downer.
big fan of the pee sit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
See, I lived alone for 5 years, so I had the doors open all the time. It was just me. I didn't have to worry about anything. So now that I live with Brian, who he is very, very like, we don't fart in front of each other.
Yes,
the
that's
door
right.
is
We
closed
don't either.
and
That's
locked
right.
when you are peeing or pooping.
Locked? He doesn't trust you to
he
not
has
walk
started
in?
locking the door because I go.
What, does he
in
think
on
you're
his
like
own.
Kramer in the bathroom?
So like so we have two sides of the house. There's an addition on the back. So if he's in the back watching a show and I go around to the front to use the bathroom, I'll just leave the door open because I'm like, he's all the way in the back of the house, But there have been times where I've heard him like come into the kitchen and open the door where I had to like lean over and almost fall off the toilet trying to shut it. I'm like, I'm not that big of a hillbilly. You can't see me with the door open. Because I knew he'd be upset.
I grew up with an outhouse. This is an in-house. I'm still
Right.
getting used to the in-house plumbing.
With our indoor water.
Yeah, no, I don't fart around, but the pee sit is great. Now, granted, I do go directly into the water.
With your whole butt? You put the toilet seat up and then sit on the rim?
No, my front dangles right into the water.
You're too long.
Yeah.
Got it.
Water's cold and deep, Bill.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Get that heated toilet bowl water.
Everybody else is going on and on about the heated toilet seat. I have warm
Or the heated
toilet
bidet.
water.
You got the home
That's
heated,
right.
yeah.
See,
Yep.
when I sit on the toilet, I just squeeze my thighs together and sit everything on top. I just like,
Oh, God.
You do like a reverse fruit basket?
Yeah.
I just want to sit everything. I just want to squeeze it together.
That is a hilarious picture in my
Reverse
head.
tuck.
He's all just sitting there.
Looking up at him. How'd you get
Yeah,
the
but what if
beans
you got-
above the Frank?
That's the male
What if-
Kegel right there.
Oh my gosh.
I get my butt muscles, my thigh muscles.
Yeah, you've got to
and
be
then-
squeezing so hard. How do you poop?
Well, that's how it comes out so easily. It just comes right out. I don't have to push.
That's very
Yeah, no, but that's. You're the one that's on there for 35 minutes.
Yeah, leave it there just like
Let
a
it
tray.
drop.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're a poop. Oh, never mind.
I'm holding them captive.
I don't want to end the show that way.
You don't want to poop. You don't end the show
I was
revealing
going to
a
ask
very.
a really gross poop question.
I say
I've never
go for it.
I've never pooped without peeing before.
I don't think you can.
Some people probably can.
You're pushing all the same stuff.
I was gonna say I've never not done that.
Because your colon's right behind your bladder, right?
Tell me more, Dr. Science.
Yo, I'm a PhD in everything. I'm a psychologist. I'm a fish detective. I'm
PEEHD.
I am a Dr. Science.
Yeah. Well, good. So we've learned a little bit about ourselves and each other before we, I got a break. Want to get the last word in, shoot me a text because we won't talk to you again until Tuesday. 35192, the Corey Roddick Experience for you after 6:30, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is three-time Pro Bowler LeVar Arrington. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Macy's.
Guardians righty Tristan McKenzie will make another rehab start for AAA Columbus tonight. He's due back soon from a strained muscle in his back. 2 finalists have emerged for the Browns' rebooted Doghead logo. The fan-created designs will go up for a vote on the team's website. And the NBA wants to stop flopping once and for all. League officials are considering assessing technical fouls to players who fall without contact. I'm Scott Davidson.
Macy's Memorial Day sale has everything you need for your summer refresh with on-trend women's swimsuits, shoes, and handbags, and outdoor dinnerware and furniture. Plus, Macy's Star Rewards members can earn rewards even faster during Star Money bonus days. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
39 month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $0 SECTA, plus tax tag title, registration, $250 dealer fee with approved credit. Ends 5/31/23.
Hi, this is Chris Marhofer from Ron Marhofer Chevrolet in Stowe.